get a little bit of protection as well. But mainly it's going to be the lack of ability to throw grenades with the amount of Watsons that are going to be alive here. As Na'Vi, speaking of them, they're taking a fight against Sentinels right now.
They certainly are indeed. You can see that with Sentinels, the armor swap will go down, and Na'Vi look like they should be able to reset here in the command station, overlooking Lava Siphon. So Na'Vi with a good fight here as now Team Orchid try and deal with TSM, who are trying to move to the outside of that building. But Orchid quite simply are saying no to this. Panic now remaining in game number 1.
Did trade reses. Dupe is going to be back up, so it's going to be a 2 versus 3 here. Unless, no, it's a 3 versus 3. But do you get the reset in time? You can see the panic starting to set as well, because everyone's starting to think about this ring moving in 20 seconds.
TSM get back up. Orchid maybe just a little bit sloppy, maybe a bit scared to extend out of that building. As we see Jen now and the rest of TSM under a lot of suppressing fire coming in from Na'Vi. As Kinatrope will be the next team to be eliminated. Feud, by the way, in the meantime, has become the kill leader in this lobby for Z10. 4 kills to his name.
You can see the panic as well as everyone now starting to fall. Movistar will get taken down. 12 squads now remain. Na'Vi, by the way, I mean, they looked excellent in scrims, not just leading into it, but as we saw live scrims happening in this building, they looked like a real threat, and maybe that championship winning team that we saw back at Champs.
Yeah, confidence is a big thing, I think, for this Na'Vi roster, and they certainly do have a chip on their shoulder. Zero tenacity. We were talking about a kill leader. Well, unfortunately, now they're going to have to watch from the lobby. Ninjas in Pajamas will be next as we find ourselves with 10 squads now remaining. Half the lobby is gone. A TSM somehow or other have made this crazy rotate from having one player alive to getting a reset to now being in the truck that was being commanded by ALGS a little bit of time ago.
No spots going down, but TSM are going to be below ALGS, so they are going to struggle to push out, but maybe could hold them out a little bit. But Na'Vi will be taking a look. Wolves have taken a lot of damage here as well. No one is safe. No one is in a good position right now, by the way. Everyone kind of has to move in at the same time.
Well, all game is looking at Wolves trapped inside of this truck. And if there's no Gen down, doesn't look like there's one available. You're going to see the America's kill leader from the Pro League. Zap move in to pick up a few more for his tally. That's 2. Can he make it 3? Well, he doesn't need to because it's eliminated in the meantime.
Yeah, there was a fight between Na'Vi, Orchid, and ALGS. Now, ALGS have lost 2 players, so it kind of went in favor of Team Orchid on this northern bridge, but they still have to move south. And look who is now holding one of the better positions, Team Falcons. They can get up, they can get their fences down, and they can watch all these teams arriving from the north. Their main concern is going to be Team Nemesis down to their south.
If Falcons could survive for the next 20 seconds or so, as this zone closes, they're going to be in a fantastic position. Speaking of which, the team who had a fantastic position, ALGS Esports, have been eliminated. And so in the kill field,
thanks to Team Orchid, but now Falcons just need to make sure that they get away from all these bullets coming from the other side.
I think this is all game.
holding the Southwest for quite some time. Dropping onto EDG now.
No team underneath them. Team Orchid, though. Pull up.
And it is going to be Nemesis. Of course, Luxford can still play a big part in this final circle. We've still not playing what?
Yes, quite simply, yes. You can see it on your screen. Falcons back to full power as Luxford has to deal with all gamers down to all gamers, but can they get Hal back on his feet before all gamers move in here? All gamers now. Trying to make the swing, trying to make the swap. Game number 1 away, 0 on his own. He'll be dealt with, then all gamers global will win your game. Nope. One here.
And they look like a bunch of gamers as they jump up and 6-point game to kick off your day here in the Esports World Cup mid-season playoffs.
And I think his that expertly done by this team.
I need to go back and look at it from Nemesis' point of view, because Nemesis had the Southwest, they had the Newcastle. I'd have to imagine they didn't have a castle wall available, or because of the ruckus that was happening with Luxford, they thought that was their best opportunity to take a fight, maybe an isolated fight, so they took it against Falcon. Sadly, they did not succeed, but it did open things up for all gamers who put 26 points on the board.
26 points, very impressive points tally coming in from all gamers to start EP alongside points that they get for being the champions and being first place in that lobby. Very, very impressive stuff from them as well. Team Falcons, though, let's remind ourselves, had quite a long way to go towards that zone. They had to drop right on the trial side of the map, had to move all the way down. We saw a couple of disengagements to get to that final zone. So a second place for them in that position, I think they'll be pretty happy with.
And you mentioned Zap as well, leading into that game. Look at the stats. He puts down almost 2k damage, 7 kills on the board, and the damage difference very healthy for all three of them. And I think this is a real threat in this whole tournament. I mean, I've been saying for a long time, I think Skillcakes is one of the best players that we have available to us in the ALGS. And maybe, just maybe, this squad can go on to do big things. But You don't want to get too ahead of yourself.
One game.
Just the first match has
Just the
been
one game.
completed, but it was an impressive one, that's for sure.
Yeah, very, very well controlled there by all gamers. An impressive performance in them from game number one. World's Edge looked very, very comfortable for them, and we'll have to see if that comfort and that win percentage will continue to rise as they go through these games. We're going to go to a quick break. When we get back, game number 2.
This land is calling.
Dear Papa, my studies have been very rewarding. They have introduced a new game to practice our skills. No abilities, no healing, just you against another. Electric. And my friends are learning too. Yeah, I'm heartbreaker.
Now we know where you fit in the food chain.
But you know me, Papa. I take my education seriously. Even the extracurriculars. Miss you lots.
Welcome back, everybody, to the mid-season playoffs here at the Esports World Cup. It's Onset and Gaskin to continue on the microphone here as we walk towards game number 2. Game number 1, though, belonged to one team, and that is the team that's on your screen right now. All Gamers Global, led by that man Drops with a fantastic performance, but a huge amount of points on the board in just one game.
Very confident in how they took fights as well. I think confidence is going to be everything in this tournament. We've seen in scrims there was maybe overconfidence on some teams' parts, but I think when you get into actual tournament day, that confidence transitions very differently indeed, especially into those fights. And not only confident in your fights, but the confidence this now brings going into the following games. Teams might fear you, but you're going to feel like you can take on the world with how you've been playing so far. So this is an excellent way for all gamers to start, but of course, as we alluded to, it is only the first match, and we've seen how things can change up very quickly. Winning one is great, but can you win 2? Because I think when I look at kind of 10 matches, if you can get 2 big wins, you should probably be fine not to be eliminated from the competition, because you shouldn't be in the bottom 3. But actually getting into the top 7 is what's going to be difficult here. Because as a reminder, everyone who's watching, the top 7 teams get automatic qualification into the Grand Match Point Finals. Those teams 10 thereafter go into the last chance qualifier, and the bottom 3 get eliminated.
Well, if you're wondering how that winning moment felt from inside the comms of All Gamers Global, we got you covered. Let's take a look back.
Hell yo! Full. Nice. Get full EQ on these guys. Kill them. Fucking kill them.
10 energy in there if you can steal.
Here. I dropped you some. Dropped you 20. Listen,
Alright.
Get full, and then we kill these guys under us. Okay?
Yeah. I'm syringing and then we go, alright?
Yes. Last 2 teams are 4. We kill these guys, we have our whole side of zone.
Are you ready?
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Under.
Took you.
On me, on me.
He went back down, he went back down. Last two teams, last two teams.
I'm saying up, down.
I'm saying bottom, they're walking up. I'm walking with you, Skittle. Or is that
training? Walk up right.
No trades, no trades. One.
Yeah, right here, right here.
Peeking.
Right side, cue the kill.
He got res off, Greg, to the left, Nice.
Swing.
What? 30 HP?
Let's fucking go!
Let's fucking go, boys. Let's fucking go, boys. That's how we fucking do it.
You can hear the energy coming out of the squad, and it's probably a good job that the headset probably came off of Drops in that final moment, so we didn't quite get to pick up what he was chanting, but I'm going to go with let's go All Gamers.
I was just a little bit concerned that they might be the enemies of Doctor Who for half of it.
True, yeah, it's true.
The Daleks were out. I think I was more scared than the Falcons fans were, it has to be said. Now, World's Edge is going to be up again for match 2, and confirmation Watson will be banned. So she got buffed, but she's ripped right out of the game here, because with Legend bans, if it's the most popular, it says bye-bye for the entire series, unless every single controller Legend gets banned, and then she would be reintroduced. And that's not impossible, although it's not probable.
One thing that we've learned is if you get buffed, you get banned.
Yep.
That's what they all say, Dan. That's what they've been saying on the streets of Riyadh. You've also been saying, and I enjoyed this yesterday, when you were trying to describe what 10 games is. Like you said, it's not a marathon, but it's not a sprint. And I was like, you know what? He's right. Yep. He's actually right. It's like the marathon of the elimination bracket we had at the ALGS Open. That's understandable, but it's not the sprint of 6 games that we have in Pro League.
It's like a half marathon every 30-year-old signs up to when win there. Let's focus on Apex Legends. Let's go back to World's Edge now for map number 2, game number 2, and see if AG can go back to back. Obviously, that does.
Damage going out is going to be vital to teams, and they're successful. Going on here, it's going to force E36 to retreat already inside a countdown.
And Force 36 did struggle a lot in international scrims, but obviously in international scrims, you know, they're playing on about 300 picks, so I don't want to take too much away from it, but they have historically been a team who likes to play very placement heavy. They like to try and play zone. They like to get into a position where they can call it home for quite some time. So we'll have to see if they can find any success here.
Another weapon that should be discussed a little bit in the same vein as the flash. Accelerator perk, and a couple of little buffs as well. A little bit of space here, and they're actually going to retreat towards, I think, what is going to be home base for them for the meantime. This truck outside of the drill tower that's just been pinged here by Cersei to give you a little bit of an indication of exactly where that little bit of geometry is going to be. Now, Kadzia, now you can see Pricey having to be forced off of that high ground right now to pop the Phoenix kit. As teams once again do start to arrive here. I think it's busy already. I always find it fascinating, man. Like, you look at scrims, you look at how
in scrims, it's quite literally impossible to do. There is something wired in your brain as a human that makes you play very differently when there is actual stakes on the line compared to literal just practice. But it does mean that we get different results from scrims leading into it. So that's why we never take too much away from scrims. Yes, we've seen X, Y, or Z team performing very successfully, and it gives us an idea, but there might just be a few sleeper teams that have been playing very differently in scrims.
Or a 300-plus ping.
Or a
which is something to keep in mind. Let's take a look at this fight going down, though, as we see an EMP onto Furia's position inside of this digger. Furia showing that maybe they are Fortnite certified in this particular situation, getting Madness back to his feet. You have the Catalyst as well, which is going to reinforce those doors, but the windows always make it a little bit scary, especially when you don't have Watson available to suck up those grenades that are going to be coming in with that interception pilot. Also, interestingly, no Newcastle, so that castle wall isn't going to be able to fulfill that role either. So Fury are going to have to essentially take damage and just try and reset and hold off teams that approach.
I have thought of a catalyst buff though. Reinforced windows. There we go. Can back off, and they're okay in landslide for now. My worry for them is when that zone inevitably does shift, is it going to be an uncomfortable rotation for them? They do have Newcastle to build a cover, so they'll be absolutely fine to at least walk up, and they can use Newcastle's shield as well to get closer to Furia. But it's about where you go. Like we said, it's so busy when you get closer towards countdown.
It's interesting to see how Falcons are actually playing this game as well, is going to be going. By doing that, they get the idea of if we could be either going drill tower or a little bit further towards land.
Can't wait to unleash.
The Falcons now will make their move thanks to the Nexus portal. Again, another reason why Alter is such a heavily picked legend, not just for the defensive ability, but also the speed of access as an offensive ability to try and catch up your team. Then you can just bounce between the portals when you get laid under some fire. As Falcons have just spotted, I think, all gamers on the Northeast trying to scout round and see if Skyhook was available, and it could have been another battle here, but instead of it being for first and second, it could be for 20th or 19th.
And this is something you're going to see from Falcons a lot, by the way, here on World's Edge. The fact that they have all of Skyhook and Trials to themselves, that's why they've got 2 gold armors and a purple. It's just so much loot available for them. Any team that they go up against, they're usually going to have an early game armor advantage. And one thing I wanted to highlight here, this rotation, you can see how they were moving. They were very aware of what could be around them. But it's pretty clear that to actually move through to where this zone is going, not so clear though for AG.
AG find Noah's Fox, and Falcons actually going to probably third party this, or at least take a look at it. So Noah's Fox need to be careful.
Gone down. And it's going to be Zap with another kill to his name, or certainly the finish onto Arupa. And now Noah's Fox have got to decide how they get around this situation, how they get his teammate back into the game. Falcons have a little poke at this, but they've got Team Orchid to deal with as well. So, sticky situation where they're trying not to put themselves in a pinch.
Orchid will retreat, or at least one of them is going to. So Falcons were able to hold off just a single player that was trying to step up, hearing all that commotion. Falcons might have to burn a few ultimates here, though, just to stay alive and maybe get aggressive.
Yeah, I think they're pretty good in this situation, but just as you think that, there's a team coming through that tunnel. And once he has to get that first knock and manages to do so beautifully, that Havoc controlled absolutely expertly in that situation to make sure that Orchid are forced back and Falcons can now get healthy.
Yeah, it was like an almost ambush attempt from Orchid just to leave 1 or 2 players onto the side, but Falcons, they were wise to it, didn't allow it, and now Falcons can take control of that tunnel and look to try and maybe move through and hold off any of those rotating teams from the previous fight.
So Orchid, of course, have Luxford down. And the worry for Falcons now is that they will know that Orchid to hold it out. Now that we've got the opportunity to see what Falcons are doing, let's see what the comms are sounding like as we jump in to a Falcons listening.
I see one.
Well, we'll get Falcons on our audio in your ears as soon as we possibly can, but for now we're going to go back to the POV, and you can see that at the moment they're just keeping their head on a swivel. They want to make sure that nobody is rotating from their back.
And the zone is going to shift a little bit further towards Falcons as well. It's going to be on this eastern side. So I think they'll be delighted when they eventually realize it. Of course, they're not going to have any information right now. AG will also probably be pretty happy about that one, as Movistar will be our first team eliminated. It's taken quite a while here, but finally we see a team deleted, and maybe another one here as Edward Gaming will be under fire. They're taken down by Sentinels.
I was wondering when we were going to see a Devo. Is pulling very, very interesting as we see Na'Vi going on for this world. Xhaka will be taken down, and Alcazia will. Interesting to see that Ninjas in Pajamas were actually pushing on to Fnatic in that fight. Sentinels were moving to try and third party to see if there was an opportunity, but NIP used their Void Nexus to get away, and now you're seeing exactly the same play from the side of Sentinels. Unfortunately for Fnatic, last player alive Elise will be taken down as Ninjas in Pajamas will pick up some more KP.
So a lot of teams now are going to start to try and worm their way into zone. Gen G, NIP, Zero Tenacity have just moved in as well. They were all the teams that are kind of the late stragglers here. I don't know if any of them are actually going to force a fight. We might get a position where 16 squads are still left going into this next zone. Maybe one fight might occur on the south. Gen G potentially against ALGS and Team Nemesis.
Can we go to the point of view of Cannon if you have the opportunity? Because he was in the funniest position with that Sheila behind one of those walls just up on the height. But for now, we'll look at Gen G. More pressing issues ahead of us as Nemesis are feeling what that Devo can do. Ripping that wall down. But Nemesis do have that mobile shield available. And now Nemesis are going to send it onto them. Ninja Pajamas have been eliminated. In the meantime, Gen G is down to one. Asia feeling the power of Team Nemesis, and with the armor disadvantage, Nemesis will win that fight.
This was my worry down on the southern side, that Gen G would just spark all of this commotion. Now Fury are getting involved, Zero Tenacity is starting to arrive as well, and the devotions are very much in play here.
Man has got to be careful here. Still one player alive somewhere or other here for Nemesis. Akaisha has been taken out. Zero Tenacity now moving in, like you say. And when you're looking at the armor disparity, well, you can't get much more than this at this point in the game. 2 reds and a purple here for Z10.
Got everyone wants in on this Madness on the south. Now ALGS are going to look into it. Nemesis do get eliminated. Fury are down to just 1 as Madness gets knocked down as well. But they do have the ability to go back into this truck. Maybe there's a reset chance. No, there isn't.
Fury will be eliminated. ALGS moving into Landslide to try and be the last team to essentially arrive at this position, wrap behind everyone and clear this southern side of the map out. We'll take a look at the replay in a few seconds of Ninjas in Pajamas and that fight where we saw them eliminated. Zakadzia now take that loot that was left by Furia.
They take that loot, they take that position, and they will control the majority of the south. Zero Tenacity being their main concern on the southwest. Everyone else is above.
As Sentinels try.
Are they going to be pushed from the team above? How aware were they? It looks like TSM might get away with this.
The second time in 2 games at 1 player, and it's going to be Jen again. Is left alive, and TSM are allowed to reset. So TSM, a slice of luck going their way. As Kinatrope up on that high ground were able to survive that fight and influence it. Alcazia, by the way, being eliminated. We mentioned how they had to clear that side out, weren't able to do so.
No Xbox also go down, so 6 squads now remain. Falcons are currently hunting down the remainder of Maus on the north by the looks of it, and they should deal with it, and they will deal with it. So off screen, Maus just got eliminated, but it looks like Kinatrope are now aware of TSM's position here.
Sheila's thirsty. And TSM have got to be careful here because if Cannon peaks with that ultimate, there is going to be an opportunity for him to do a huge amount of damage. By the way, did you see the loadout there for Cannon? Don't think he had much time to loot before they rotated. Not there. No attachments, maybe even res. Yeah, Kinetruck did res. So that's probably why.
Like the
Although Vox has got an RE45 and a mode check, so who knows?
We are going to see just Kinetruck very concerned about TSM, but reluctant. Oh, we see
the abduction! But Cannon gets away.
Cannon goes in, Cannon goes out. TSM, try as they might, they are just in such a precarious position right now. It's going to be so difficult for them to survive.
Panic's got that turbocharged Evo, so if anyone walks into his POV,
There's another
they are
one.
going to get shredded! And that's exactly what happens. They get the finish as well. And you're probably wondering, that was down. TSM not only survived, but now start to thrive as well.
By the way, all the meanwhile, Falcons have taken the entire space in the middle of this zone, and they are very much favourites to win this thing, because Wolves, TSM, and Kinetruck all on the same side, and Falcons can watch over all of it, saying, come to us, is there anyone else?
Chance to pad a little bit of damage here. You saw how, by the way, nearly 2k damage already in this game, but the Catwall now going down from TSM. They have moved in towards zone, but the mother load and the EMP coming in means that Kinetruck will be destroyed, they will be eliminated, and Falcons do not want to let anyone just Wolves left, and look at this. The question is, did they use all of those ultimates to clear this space a little bit prematurely, and what have Wolves got to play with?
If Wolves can commit and maybe find a single player from Falcons, there is a chance here. You can see that Sparrow ultimate was close as well, and that could really make a difference, and they're so close to a Dark Veil as well. All the ultimates are nearly there for Wolves, which could make
They're not going to let it happen. House swinging in here. House got some good damage down. But Howard, in the meantime, has gone down, but he managed to take two with him. Don't have the last alive, does not get to survive, and Falcons will win game number 2 here at World's Edge.
It's a second place, it's a first place, and it's enough to make the crowd in the Goodyear Arena erupt for their home team. And Falcons looking far better in the early stages of the tournament than they did at the ALGS Open.
Very, very impressive stuff from Falcons, and I want to just take it back. You think about how many teams rotated quickly towards that zone off of that first ring console piece of information that they got. So many teams were like, this is a countdown zone, this is countdown. So many teams stacked up inside a countdown. What Falcons do? They wait inside the skyhook. They wait for third beacon information. They play that ring console, and they play that pullback superbly. The fights they won to clear that eastern side is so important as well, and it means they end up with 23 points coming in from match number 2.
And Falcons make the most of their number 1 pick on World's Edge. I was looking at it and I was saying, you only played World's Edge twice, so having it as your priority in the POI draft can be very dangerous, but they have put up a second place, they've put up a first place, quite a big first place with 23 points as well, so they have capitalized on their priority from POI draft, but now they will go into other maps where they don't have as good a POI, but certainly they have done enough here to prove that, you know, Skyhook West, it still gets the job done.
It certainly does indeed. And alongside Watson, we will not see Alta in the next game. So Watson and Alta, the two legends that will be banned as we change over our maps. Falcons now on top after 2 games with a first place and a second place, respectively, at the top of the leaderboards with a little bit of a gap between them and All Gamers.
With Watson and Alta gone.
You banned Walty already? That's crazy for you.
Walty, get him out. Maybe
What that man does with the coffee cup, you don't want to...
I've seen him get himself out, actually. Well, with both of them gone, who will be next is the real question, because on average, they are the first to go throughout scrims, but now you're going to start to see more Ash. Now you're going to start to see more Wraith come into the occasion as well, and I'm excited to see match number 3 on our way.
Well, match number 3 is going to be coming up very soon indeed. We're going to go for a quick break in the meantime, but the mid-season playoffs will continue at the Esports World Cup in just a few moments.
put your hands together for the winners of that last round. Make some noise for Team Falcon! We are on a very, very tiny break there, guys. We'll be back within the next few minutes for round 3. Apex Legends, Group A, Day 1.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS mid-season playoffs here at EWC. I'm Vicky Kitty. I'm joined with Jamerson. And after these last 2 games, Jamerson, it's been nothing more but hype. Falcons taking game number 2. You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's always great seeing World's Edge. I love it myself, but Falcons really were able to capitalize off the first pick on World's Edge with the format that we have. We're going 2-2-3-3. A lot of teams put the emphasis on those 3 map sets, but Falcons first picking it one of the few teams to do that here on World's Edge. Did capitalize with the second place finish in first game and a first place finish in the second game.
It's been great, and while we get to see more of these tournaments really shape up, I want to hear more from Lace with a club championship update.
There are many esports here at the EWC 2025. One of those games being Valorant. Paper Rex has actually secured their playoff spot, earning a crucial 200 points for their club championship. They are actually now just one of top 8 away from being able to secure that prize money in the club championships. We also have BBL Esports along with Fnatic and NRG in the playoffs, also securing 200 points. Fnatic actually placed 13th last year and took home 150k, so they're certainly going to be a team to watch out this year, along with NRG, who actually had 0 points, so they are now in the race to get themselves into that club championships. However, it's not always good news for some of our teams. We did see some unexpected teams face early elimination battles such as G2 Esports, despite their strong presence in League of Legends and CS2, lost their opening match against Carmine Corp and are now facing elimination match against Billy Gaming. Another one of those teams is Sentinels. They found themselves in an elimination match against XLG Esports. This was an absolute surprise for Sentinels. They were expected to secure 300 points in Valorant alone, so unfortunately they are not meeting expectations. But beyond Valorant, in our eliminations here at EWC 2025, also occurred Rensport game. Mercedes AMG Esports team, Team Falcons, and BS Plus Competition were the first clubs to be knocked out. This means other clubs like Gen G, 100 Thieves, Fnatic, DRX, G2 actually have the opportunity to capitalize on Team Falcons. And honestly, Team Falcons secured 100 points, which is still an improvement from their unseeded expectations of 0. But, you know, it's been an absolute whirlwind here in the first couple of days of EWC 2025. And this is just the beginning. The race is still just getting started.
Thank you so much, Lace. You don't want to see yourself going through the crusher, Jamerson. Of course, being able to focus on our teams that already want to get a good head start, feel a lot comfortable going for our day one here within the ALGS.
Especially with the format that we have right now. Here in pool play, 3 teams from each pool will be eliminated. For the teams that already got a top finish, they feel more than comfortable, of course, moving on. But it's about securing your spot in the top 7 today to move straight on to the finals. Miss a whole day of play and just kind of scout out the squad, scout out the rest of the lobby. We are on board with Team Falcons, our winners from game number 2.
Of course, our top 7 teams here in this lobby will be able to move on to that final lobby. So they'll be able to sit pretty, especially with Group A. You got 2 days basically to sit back and watch the rest of the tournament play out before you feel that pressure going into that finals lobby. But then for our majority of the teams here, 8th through 17th, they'll be able to go through that last chance qualifiers here as we take a look at Team Falcons, our winners of game number 2. And we were looking at E District, now moving on to E District with Alter not being allowed to be played because we saw Alter picked the most for game number 2. I think that makes things interesting here, Jamerson, because on E District, we know how powerful Alter could be, but now you can't use her.
Alter and Watson are gone, but we still have some very strong legends that are available here. We are seeing some smatterings of it. The Catalyst being picked up, of course, by a lot of teams, but also the Newcastle. We saw him really start falling out of favor a bit towards the end of the split, but now, because of some of these earlier defensive picks getting taken out so early on, we are now seeing a little bit of a resurgence of it. We saw a lot of it, right, when we were back at Champs, when we were at Open, but now we are seeing how the meta just really does shift so quickly, especially with the kind of pets that we had coming into this event.
It's crazy. Seeing some of our balance changes here, a lot of catalysts being utilized. I'm not too surprised on E District too. You get to bunker down pretty. Looking around these doors, it's TSM sharing this building with Team Nemesis though. They've taken a good amount of pressure already. TSM are going to be able to share this building. This is something else about E-District that I really like. A lot of space to coexist for a lot of these teams. So you can expect a lot of these final zones, especially teams that like to prioritize their positioning into that final zone, to be sharing a lot more of that real estate.
Yeah, and of course, everyone that was able to hit up the ring console, seeing this one going down towards draft point, all the teams that have priority are already inside the next zone, except for Kinotrope Gaming coming out from Street Market there. But at this draft point circle, you don't really expect most of our teams to get too aggressive here. I think the timings on a lot of the rotations alone will stop a lot of early aggression. And I think the teams are just more than comfortable on holding these positions for now. We'll see how the rest of the teams rotate around for this one. But we are starting to see teams coming out from the eastern side of the map right now. There will be a moment where there's going to be a huge clash of teams on the northern side.
Yeah, instead, you want to be like Kinotrope here in this situation where their POI is Street Market. They're going to be able to wrap around to that south side, less contested by the teams that are moving in through that northeastern side, like you mentioned. Edward Gaming being one of the teams now actually rotating over to that south side where Shipyard Arcade does have a ring console. Comes in clutch if you want to try to play objective, especially since you know so many other teams that want to play patiently into that next zone won't really have 7, the 30-30 thus far. Not too surprised. We saw something very similar, you know, when it comes to script bugs.
Yeah, we have a small engagement here as teams are making their way on in. ALGS will utilize their walls to make it the first floor. Team Nemesis ends up getting knocked out first here in game number 3. TSM gonna get an eye on this one, but I don't think there are really any trades on the other side.
I mean, look at this pileup. It's not only just TSM here, hearing a lot of this fighting going down right below them. Kinotrope have now made an appearance. Apexia too, who are player K falling incredibly low, already losing out on his shield tier 2. Yes, Yuka now makes an appearance. And TSM just hear all of this, trying to look around to see if maybe they could put in some poke pressure here too, but they're not going to be able to give up that space.
This is the results of a battle that took place in Energy Bank. I believe it was Fnatic Na'Vi and Movie Star Koi. And Movie Star Koi ended up getting caught in a pinch between these two teams. Na'Vi and Fnatic just back away. You see there, Fnatic were able to pick up 2 kills in that third party when they came in for the flank on the eastern edge. Kinotrope not completely safe yet. They'll go ahead and back away, but like you had mentioned, they did take their time over there at Street Market. It was a great rotation timing for them to slow things down just a little bit. But now they do have to worry about trying to keep that southeast side, or excuse me, southwest side of the zone a little bit more clear, but a lot of teams are starting to hover around that area right now.
That's why they backed away too. It's so smart because you have the Ash Portal just as a getaway from a lot of this chaos here. They didn't want to commit to that fight versus TSM, and it was good timing too because Edward Gaming were looking to wrap up behind them. There's also an Evil Harvester to the south side on the outskirts of that zone, so they could be aware, specifically Kinotrope, of any other squads within the vicinity that may want to play objective and take that spot away from them. So they backtracked in a really good time, as Furia now are going to be able to wrap around Street Market with a ring console and that survey beacon too.
Yeah, you're on board with Mouse Esports. They're on the northern side of Draft Point right now, eyeing up some of the members of Na'Vi coming out from Energy Bank currently. But this is a squad right now, currently in a position that is heavily defendable. Of course, the Newcastle will help them out immensely here. They have a few more teams on the opposite end, but no one really has great sightlines on them. So this is a team that should be able to play for a while, but right now, more than anything else, we're just waiting for the next ring zone like most of our squads.
And Curve is going off with the bow check, by the way, in the feed here. 18 squads left now. Thus far, we saw the early action with Team Nemesis and Movie Star Koi, who are out of this lobby for this third game. And so many other teams are now starting to pile up from that north side area, a little bit less contested information to see where that zone pool is going to be pulling towards. And it's more directly kind of in the middle.
Right in the middle. So it doesn't give too much. It doesn't really favor any team, possibly Na'Vi, just because of how much of the pileup happened. We saw a lot of teams try to go to the western side. A lot of teams come in that I expected. We have Na'Vi safely there on the northeast side. Edward Gaming, they did end up losing out on one when they tried to make the rotate deep into it. Remember, they were rotating around toward that south side of Shipyard. NIP, that was the moment of friction for them. They had to try and get past them. NIP were able to pick off one, I believe. And so now Edward Gaming in the middle of draft point have to figure out how to get their third back it.
Opina trying to get IP with the pings, with the knock here, with the bow check, primed and ready to go with the nade too.
That was the replay. I love it. Beautiful. I thought maybe it was like out of the sky. They went for an evac tower, but no. He was just able to find that angle, and it was lined up perfectly. Mouse Esports still here on the north side of Draft Point right now. They do have a number of teams around them. Team Orchid, Furia, AGAL, Sentinels, all around them right now. And no one is really ready to stir up the Hornet's Nest quite yet. No one is forced to move. And here, of course, in our 10-match set, you don't really want to give up anything for free. So just play for the placement points, play safely at this point. When we get towards game number 8, game number 9, that's where, you know, a little bit more of the desperation is going to come out. But for right now, at the early very conservatively.
He's giving me a little bit of a heart attack out here. I mean, he's got that Geobat ready to go, but taking some blank shots here, looking over to the side also on Wraith, right? So you get that notification if somebody is trying to aim at you too. Getting that little heads up while Furia playing on that
kind of fizzles there in that one building. But for the time being, it looks like Na'Vi have full control over this northern side. Team Falcons are more than okay with walking it in from their south position. They're going to allow these teams to just whittle it all down.
Really like Navi's positioning right now. Our former champ winners looking to take this game here. Sentinels, though, have to be careful with those blue Evo shields, having to wrap around. Nice shots from Panic here as TSM have managed to stay alive. They have the loot at their feet, too. So not lacking on loot in general, looks like. Maybe lacking a little bit on that light ammo. Look at NIP. They got the armor swap for days just in case here, right at their feet, while Furia still play right underneath them. Sentinels get eliminated. 6 squads left as the zone starts closing in.
Yeah, Sentinels didn't have a single floor in this building whatsoever to play off of. I think they were just trying to play from the outside, and so that left them the most vulnerable. But now we're waiting it out. We've got another maybe 10, 15 seconds before four teams are forced and evicted out of these buildings. Falcons also on an awkward timing here, where they're going to have to drop out too. Na'Vi keeping an eye on them as Fnatic are looking for a drop down themselves. Now Furia timing their heels. They're all going to poke out. TSM out. They have set up.
NIP, they find 2 knots with the Na'Vi. Everybody in the lobby uses their Ash portal to get closer to that next zone. We see the Na'Vi. We see the defense line. Final 3 squads. TSM, Furia, and Team Falcons. As Furia loses out on 1. Falcons pretty up to try to wrap around here. Last 2 squads as Furia are the champions. But what chaotic final zone for our last 3 teams to collapse on one another, with Furia taking over the high ground there before sliding down and cleaning up what was left in front of them.
And I mean, I feel like it continues to happen here on E District, where we just get some wonky, weird Ash portals on top of the winning team position that kind of throws things all for a loop. Great recovery from Furia. We've seen them from being able to really capitalize off of having priority on zone. We used that ring 3 transition for them. They moved so much faster than the other teams to try and get into one of the priority buildings when we had that shift down to the southeast side.
And you know why they were able to get that information? Because they took their time rotating from their POI over by Blossom Drive to Street Market, where there was a ring console, played a little bit on the outskirts of zone, and then found of that next zone right there too, in trying to settle it here. NIP 10KP2.
And we don't typically get to see that kind of spread, right? First place with 19, second place with 18, third place with 17. It's typically not that kind of spread out in terms of KP, but that's an amazing result. And so with Falcons as well, now with another top finish, it wasn't a top 2, but it was still, of course, a lot of KP, a decent amount of placement points for themselves. They're already our lobby leaders. And after 3 games, they're at 50 points.
I mean, this is all about farming that KP, farming positioning, and that's what already Falcons is doing after 3 games alone, because of course we are playing 10 games no matter what throughout the pool section here for Pool A specifically too. And Falcons already on top with 50 points. I mean, look at the amount of points that they've been able to soak up in 3 games alone compared to the rest of the lobby.
I mean, just imagine, right? Imagine going into the final day, and there they go. Few teams have been able to get onto match point into 3 games, but Falcons are showing that they do have the capability early on, and we are seeing a resurgence from having them, of course, with that home ground, crowd benefit. They've got that huge group behind them to really cheer them on too.
Furia, they take game number 3. We got more E District coming up on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it.
Championships are not given, they are earned. This moment, you cannot let it slip by. It's moments like this that you spend years waiting for, sometimes lifetimes. This moment does not go unnoticed. This is something special.
That feeling of winning, there's no better feeling in the world. He just feels unreal. He just a great feeling that I will never forget.
Welcome back to our ALGS midseason playoffs day one. My name is Randy, and we are back in the studio with our analyst crew, Jayhawk, Snipedown, and Glitter Explosion, to talk about what we just saw. For 3 more games are upon us as we look to switch maps on the tail end of that as well. But most importantly, guys, big announcement if you saw it. Japan, Sapporo, we're back. 2 years in a row, we will be going and taking our championships there. The next land on the Apex teams, Lauren, were qualified into this from the Americas. That is a testament to how well that they've been playing. I expect this to continue, but was there some bright lights for some other regions for you in those 3 games?
I mean, I think what we're seeing here out of a lot of these squads is that it's day one.
Yeah.
And we're playing the field a little bit. We just saw was the stacking of the teams in the building. You're talking about other regions. Fnatic was one of those squads fighting for their life in the final moments.
And you know what? Na'Vi, 3 points in that last game as well, a team we had also mentioned. Snipe, game one started off, it was all gamers who would win it, but they set the tone for our first few matches of the day.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things here about AG is that they came from Overlook, so they knew they were going to try and come from high. You could tell early on that this zone was going to end right around the train track. So once you
we did see the return of Watson into a premier pick. You'll see that in scrims, the recent buff. People are questioning, is she going to come in? Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Certainly a top-tier pick. Game 2 as well would see things continue, Jayhawk, with America.
The winner, Falcons, unlike all gamers in that game 1, were able to get a ton of kills. They're the only team at Skyhook. There is no team landing at Skyhook East. And so in this zone, I think Zero reads this one, says, okay, it's going to be end in the POI, so it's going to go a little bit outside. So instead, he rotates to Skyhook East, comes to the far eastern side, and is just able to hold all these other teams out from zone. As you can see here, all these teams are coming from countdown side. They're all eliminating each other. Falcons just drop the fuse ult, and at that point, it's just letting those Devos rip, and you can close it out. Now, they were a little bit split in this end game. Things got potentially a little bit dicey as Hal did go down, but regardless, it didn't matter because the Falcons, they've got the firepower to clean things up, and they're able to get it done.
Wasn't a lot of aggression from those teams as well, fighting through. They were so busy with each other. The Wolves, Sentinels, Gingy in the mix there, as well as TSM, who would play a bigger role in Game 3 after Falcons celebrate, take their headphones up.
Here, NIP was in here, Navi was in here. I mean, this was so much chaos, and people were able to stay alive in this building for so long. NIP had tried to get that rooftop, which they were able to claim the space of and able to hold for a while, but under them, so many of these other squads, Furia included, Kinotrope was in here, Algazio was in here. Everyone was trying to fight for space. We thought it might have been NIP at the top who were able to utilize the roof and maybe have better angles. They end up dropping down, pushing through, and Furia able to close this out. And I'm glad that we get to see this out of Furia here after that Catwall had split everything in half and able to win, because we talked about whether or not they were going to be able to show up here, and they were able to get the win in Game 3 already.
They certainly were.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things I noticed out of the NA team specifically is their ability to jump on teams when things are getting hectic. We watched TSM get constant resets over and over and over, and we were all commenting in the back, like, why are these teams not cleaning this up, cleaning their backs? And we saw the pile up that happened there in the countdown side. And if teams just decided to clean this up, they wouldn't have to worry about this. They would have been able to play the field. And I think that's the biggest thing. We saw NIP in the last game, tons of kills. AG in the first game, tons of kills. It's that confidence that they have that is propelling them to the top of the leaderboard right now.
First day jitters, you could be just warming up, feeling this lobby as well, players getting used to this. But guys, we've got a big segment that we've got to rush to, because I need to hear some conversation that's as fiery as the gameplay that we've just been watching. That's why we're not going for hot takes. We're going for our doctor's notes here, which means we're getting Jayhawk and Snipe Down involved in a discussion, and I need to know what the prescription is. What have you prescribed for your doctor's notes? Of course, the segment thanks to Dr. Suleiman. I'll help you.
Yeah, let me prescribe everyone some knowledge real quick, because I have a take, and I've had this take, I think, for almost a year at this point. I said it in Japan, and I don't think a lot of people have really caught on to this belief of mine. I believe that Zainu is the individual best player in the world right now. I'm not talking about all time. Okay. Listen, I know the Zero and the Imperial Hal debate, it exists. They've got all the championships. But Zainu's got two of himself, and ultimately I believe he's the most flexible player in the world. We've seen him lead North American Pro League his rookie season in kills. We've seen him win a LAN playing Watson with SSG as the anchor player. And I think if you go listen to his comms, he could IGL a team, quite frankly, if he wanted to. So I believe that Zainu is the best player. I think he's the most valuable player, and I think that he is the most flexible player in the world.
High praise.
Yeah, I mean, my take is that I just think it's undeniable that Hal is still the best player in the game due to just the kill records. I mean, the numbers that he puts up consistently. He's IGL'd. He's been IGL'd, so he's shown that he can do both. He can be flexible. We've seen him play Newcastle. We've seen him play everything as well. I think the number one thing, it wasn't great. His crypto was also very questionable. That's a complete X. But I think the biggest thing for Zyno, because I will give him his flowers. I mean, he's got wins on 2 separate teams. I am waiting for him to IGL because I know. I think that's his next step, because you can tell. I mean, even when he was playing with Phony, that there comes times where he loses confidence in his IGL and he tries to start to take over and maybe calm too much. Zero has said this when he played with him, and I think he is so aware of how talented that he is, that until he feels like, when he starts to IGL, I think is when we see him at that top of the level, because he's right there. But you got to give it to Hal still. I just can't go any other way.
Like I said, if we're talking all time, I'll go Hal. If we're talking individual best fragger, I'll go Hal. If we talk best IGL, there's a debate there with him and Zero. If we're talking the entire package,
what does Zynu come in here?
The entire package,
Zynu's getting
the best all-around player.
Wow.
I'm going Zynu.
All right, Zynu getting the prescribed doctor's note there from Jayhawk today. Maybe Snap will bring us something tomorrow. We'll find out. That's been your Doctor Note segment as well for this afternoon. And of course, if you guys have been watching, you've been watching your way, hopefully, by using Face It Watch. One of the beautiful things that we add to our experience in the ALGS, you can go to Face It Watch and add multi-view. You could add that map screen, which gives you all the detailed information on those rotations. Like Jayhawk mentioned earlier, Mouse versus Edward Gaming. How's that going? As we switch maps, does it increase? Does it decrease? How about listening to some of the team comms? Will there be another crash out live at EWC? You can catch it first if you've got those monitors pulled to faceit.com/watch, so you can have a chance to watch it your way. And obviously, Lauren, it's the name of the game. Just everybody, we're trying to get a map screen over here. We love a map screen.
Oh yeah, I've got everything pulled up.
All right, guys, it's 3 games in, 3 more to go till you see us again. So casters, let's get the action back going.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. We got everything going on, everything but 4th match here, and highlighting what we saw at the very end there. Very chaotic. Furia having that slight high ground before sliding in, talking about how they even got there in the first place. Something that was important to mention, though, were the end game catwalls too, that were specifically put up in that final zone just to split up a lot of that attention. And going into this next E-District game, Jamerson, I'm expecting the Catalyst to continuously be a problem.
We'll see, because we still have the Legend Band system in play here. Match number 3, of course, it was the Ash that saw the X there, and that's 2 mobility legends now gone with that altar from game number 2. And we're going to see if there's going to be a more pickup of rates, possibly, but from what I'm seeing right now, currently in the lobby, it doesn't seem like a lot of teams are actually going for that mobility. Some of them are actually opting for more aggression, the ballistic that we were seeing throughout Split 2, pick up more and more favorability throughout a lot of our team picks. But it might be a mixture right there between Wraith and Ballistic. So a kind of parting in ways of what our squads want to do here in match number 4.
Man, I hear those Devos in my nightmares. It's like my sleep paralysis demon, and then you add in the Ballistic. It's a cherry on top of just nightmares and crying.
It's never ending because, you pop that Tempest, you've got double, maybe triple Devo, right?
Oh, no.
You don't need to go triple. You just go double, and then you're just constantly just with 2 weapons. Never reload, 45 seconds Devo, completely swinging. But here in match number 4 on E-District, our second time on E-District, we do have a different pull. It is going north, but we don't have a ring console pickup quite yet, so we don't know how quick here.
Wouldn't be too surprised, honestly. A lot of teams are already on their rotate. We've even seen a zone like this pull on the outskirts of Electro Dam, which actually would benefit Fnatic, considering that is their POI. They can hold on to high ground. They also had access to a ring console. That's right there. Of course, a survey beacon being at every POI too, just scanning maybe a little bit later to see where everybody is going already ahead of time. Na'Vi being one of those teams already positioned there, as you can see right here, but also rocking the crypto, so they can get some information with that survey beacon remotely and then pinpoint where they want to sit.
Yeah, we'll see where they decide to go. A lot of teams a little bit slower on the rotation right now, as we've got plenty of teams still at their home drops, so not as many as we had in game number 3, match number 3. Highly prioritizing getting into draft point. I think for a lot of our squads, though, they are starting to make their way on in. With Entra Force 36, though, they've got a few teams around them. They've got Fnatic to their north right now that they have to worry about. But we do have an early engagement. Movie Star Koi, we're knocked out early on in match number 3, but they will take out Zero Tenacity.
Booted him in the middle of that rotate there too. You can see crypto drones flying overhead, just getting information to see if the fight was done, and indeed it is. Right in the distance though, they're going to be able to reset. I'm wondering if that could have been Na'Vi. That's to their north side. Movie Star Koi are rather isolated. One of the teams rocking the Sparrow, and looking to see if maybe they could get even more information, because obviously Gen G are going to be able to come out of Lotus eventually. There is a survey beacon right there too, but so many teams have already gotten ahead on their rotate over to the northeastern side.
Yeah, Alcutsias are here, Mouse, Wolves. We had a small fight, Ender Force 36, I believe, got a few knocks on to Orchid, or at least one knock and a finish at the very least for Alcutsia. They're just going to be playing on the outside of this wall. I love this. Without having the altar in play, you don't really have to worry about teams just kind of coming up behind you for free. So they do have that back cleared for themselves and that Newcastle wall down to give themselves that extra defensive capability. Team Orchid will get eliminated though. Finally, Enter Force 36 with the help of Na'Vi will finish them off.
And Na'Vi just sitting pretty by that fence line, by that zip line building too, taking that finishing blow there over to Team Orchid, but holding this positioning too, while also making sure that they're not going to get pinched from behind with a team that could try to pepper them down from the high ground. It's all about getting that information, and it works great into their team composition, considering they have the rotates available to them with the Wraith. They have the Crypto Drone. You can see how they're going to be able to get information, just get the scan ahead of time, because there's other teams now rotating from that south side. Aside from Movie Star Koi, Enter Force 6 being right there too, as well as Alkepsia.
Now, we've also got Fnatic, who I believe do drop Electro Dam, playing very much on the edge of that zone. And really, I do like how they're approaching this one. For Sentinels, though, making their way on in, they've got Edward Gaming to their team above them. Was going to be AG. We'll see. More than okay with just holding their positions for the time being, play off the chokes, make sure that they control that, and no team comes to try and push through. For Fnatic, though, this is a squad that should see no teams really coming in their direction. A lot of the squads that have entered into Electro Dam from the south side are basically playing the gatekeepers for them. Fnatic just extremely safe there. We'll see, though, if they can try and convert this into a Zone 4, Zone 5, get a top 10 for themselves at the very least.
Because it's always scary to side, and once you're forced out of that high ground position, it's what? Little to no cover. You're basically out in the open once you're forced to drop down from the dam side of things. Na'Vi are holding one lot, and then you have what 3 teams holding that right lot that we saw Fnatic in, basically sitting that ring console. As we get to see a fight here. Mouse were able to get that knock. The piercing spikes doing just enough. This is against Alcatsia as they get eliminated. 17 squads left, and you can see Aku with the Wraith. They're going to be able to get right back, trying to see if they can get the reset. But look who's waiting for them as Sentinels that get a whip of the fight.
They're able to port back just in time and survive, with the res coming out to get 0-0 back up on his feet. So Mouse not punished quite yet. Sentinels not quite having the lay of the land here to see if they can try and follow up on this one as we get a better look. Zone ends up closing. Will this end up continuing to pull up towards Electro Dam, maybe favor Galleria? And it's still that 50-50 split. Fnatic are still safe there as we had a pretty hard shift on to that side. Now, a few teams are still lazing about on the outside of the zone. A few of them, Kinotrope Gaming there, about to get involved in a fight. Furia slow rotating through this one, of course. They were coming out from Blossom Drive, and so they did not have any kind of priority here. They'll take their time. It's Team Nemesis on the other side of this fight up against Kinotrope Gaming.
Kinotrope dancing around these zip lines here. Cannon just trying to find them up on the high ground while Team Nemesis still have that rooftop. Zuni's able to get away to pop that med kit hopefully here. With 16 squads still left, though, and other teams taking their time to rotate. Kinotrope and Team Nemesis will have a much more isolated fight, and whoever comes out on top of this fight specifically could take their time, get the scan of the ring console over to their south side, and then another ring console on their pathing over to the north side on the east side of Energy Bank, away from Furia, who are already going to get a scan on the survey beacon, and then Furia specifically could position themselves in the southeastern choke to try to gatekeep Kinotrope, or at least the winners of this fight that we're currently seeing.
Yeah, they've got the survey beacon, they've got the ring console as well. So the timing for this fight is going to be important for all gamers, though. Looks like Falcons making their play. Zapped extremely low. And all gamers will get knocked out. We're down to 15 squads here in match number 4. And Team Falcons have not slowed down whatsoever this set.
They're crazy. Getting some energy from the fans. You saw them holding up those signs. They're just built different here. But they got to keep this energy throughout the course of this week. Looking great with 54 points, still getting some KP to their name. And while they loot up, the team that's going to be coming up from their south side on the edge of this next zone will be Furia, who have already scanned that survey beacon. So they saw that fight earlier on go down. They have the scan 2 on that ring console, and they're going to be able to now slowly approach this without trying to put themselves in the middle between Team Falcons and NFP.
Once it's Kinotrope Gaming to go down here as Nemesis. Riddle cut them off. This was an extremely long fight, by the way. Yeah. It was taking place for like the last 2-3 minutes there. And finally, Team Nemesis were able to get the heads up on that one. They are going to be delayed. But like you had mentioned, they have a nice rotate through here. They will have the survey beacon along with the ring console as they make their way on in. And so they're not going to be really caught unawares, right? It's not a blind rotate for them. They have plenty of time to really suss out a game plan for themselves. But the path to get into the next zone is still going to be difficult, right? You had mentioned Fury can cut them off. Ninjas in Pajamas are already in position there on the eastern side. And even then, it gets tougher because you got Mouse, you got Sentinels still playing that southeast side of Electro Dam.
NFP is always really good on their rotate too on E District. They're actually one of the teams that find the most success on E District. And I specifically would prefer this rotate here into that next zone versus going through Galleria where you see a huge congestion spot, but are trying to engage from afar here, having that boat tech primed and ready to go. Trying to find some spacing here as Carter's forced to drop right down, call in the cat wall. At least that's more utility forced out, but having to be careful as Fury is in the line of sight right there by the other team over to their left side, just going to be able to get over to the slip and pop this shield back.
Yeah, solid retreat there. They don't have to overcommit for this one. Again, there's still plenty of teams alive. You are still trying to play for the placement points. During this time, though, Team Falcons, playing off of Galleria, were able to secure themselves that mythic bin. I thought maybe Furia would come in to try and contest that one, but Furia with Team Falcons with full control over it will be able to secure that for themselves. Have the extra loot. That's going to be strong for them. But with this ring closed, we do have a pole. It is going to be going over towards the Electro Dam side of that wall. As we have another small engagement here. TSM just peppering Gen G currently.
And Fnatic have managed to make their way down south from Electro Dam too. That's important. While TSM looking at that portal, looking to reset. We had Gen right underneath them here. Seeing if they want to try to get involved in this fight for right now without giving up the space here before they eventually have to get closer here to try to take them out. But Genji and TSM also have that survey beacon to the north side. And do you know who's going to wait for them here? Whoever comes out on top of this fight is Movie Star Koi, who need these points, right? They've been pretty lackluster over the course of these last 4 games, still sitting all the way in 20th place with only 5 points. And those points were only able to be obtained this game.
Yeah, like Dan said, though, it's not a sprint, it's not a marathon.
Sure, yeah.
It's somewhere in between. Not quite a 5K either, maybe a half marathon, I don't know. So you have plenty of time. You have plenty of time, right? And I think that I like how Falcons had approached this, right? You get that first pick on on World's Edge. You dominate there, get great points, and then from there, you get to see how you need to play. If you're on the other side of the coin where you first pick and you have a really bad first 2 maps, well, you still have 8 maps afterwards to try and catch up. You can adjust your play in regards to it and have a lot more flexibility in that regard.
What I love about our expansive map pool that we have going on. You see the survey beacon that's scanned. Falcons on the other side of this choke. It's Dupe that's taken over to the high ground, and to the right side choke is Furia, who are getting involved in this fight. Up ahead, you talk about the Tempest, you talk about the Diva, and you let it ring here as Noctis trying to close in the gap, trying to follow up the EMP.
Yeah, Team Nemesis trying to cut off Furia. They were both able to basically hit the scans around the same time and get their way on in. Nemesis resetting on the low at this point, though. And Furia decide we're not going to actually stick around for this fight. We know that multiple teams are here and fighting. We know that there was a team inside Galleria beforehand, and instead they're going to opt to disengage from this fight and start working their way into the next zone. But like we had mentioned, the path to get into the next zone is not safe at all whatsoever. Movie star Koya and Navi, though, currently in a fight here on the northern side. Gen G looking for the third party.
This is big, though. If Movie Star Koi could at least confirm this KP, even better. Navi trying to run for their life while Gen G invited to the party a little late here to go in for that 3P. 12 squads left. Blinker clutches it. He gets that finishing blow here, but can he clutch it out? No. Movie Star Koi get eliminated, but again, at least they got the KP that they needed. Even better for Gen G to finish off what was left, as the still solo left Navi has stayed alive.
Or if you want to rat on any character, though, the Wraith is barely handy. We've seen, of course, in the history of Apex Legends, how well she can do it, but we don't also get to see that much ratting when cryptos are in play, right? The drone's going to be flying around. We've also got the sparrows, the darts, so we'll see how long he can survive for. Now, though, Nemesis, round number 2 again. This time, though, it's going to be Team Falcons coming in from that height. And it looks like Team Nemesis are trying their best to stay converge on each other, but it looks like that first knock from Team Falcons might just be too much.
The Falcons are farming right now. Like they're literally playing with so much aggression. They know they don't have anything to lose at this point. They're just going to try to send it at this time too. They had gotten that crack originally on the Sparrow. They slide in with the Devo. Zuni's the next victim, and now only one member left from Team Nemesis.
Yeah, NIP throughout all that, we're eyeing this one up, but no real trades coming out from that fight. And so Team Falcons will be able to move up with the zone closing in on them right now. Now, Nemesis Kaishiha. Brad versus Brad. And it's a tough. He's at there on the western edge.
Dude, that was like the Spider-Man copycat meme. Like they both wanted to go in the same corner, just the reset, except one of them just tried to pop the shield back.
One of them wasn't pointing, the other one had a gun.
Yeah, literally. Oh man, you love it when you see moments like that. Well, Falcons, by the way, off the Hail Mary fly in front of everybody. No. I mean, literally jumped in without the catwalk being called in first, in front of 2 different teams. Mouse trying to fully extend on this. The nades come hurling in. Great space coverage, just so that way they can try to reset in this corner.
Yeah, Falcons just really didn't have an option. They took way too long there at Galleria. They knew that NIP were holding that south side, but it looks to be able to get a reset.
All right, Zero, I see you hitting those. I see you hit fire Kraber shots. Okay. A little schmoving going on here while Mouse, they saw the advantage, and look how quickly it escaped through our fingers. But with Panic, literally one shot, they eliminate TSM from the lobby thus far. Mouse are still sharing the other side of Falcons. They're outside this next zone, and a lot of the chaos is happening to their north side. It's 3 squads fighting over to the north. It's E36, Gen G, and Wolves right now. So if they want to move up, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, and our 2 squads inside zone right now. NIP and Fnatic here as Team Falcons were able to full reset. Again, it was a very dicey situation for themselves. Mouse, though, been a little bit more, bit off more than they could chew at that point, but Falcons now moving forward. That red armor giving them so much more extra HP to really survive throughout a lot of this here. As Enter Force 36 dropping down now. Gen G holding the angle, but they're going to chase after. Dexter's the first one to go down. And Gen G Esports on the verge of getting knocked out. We're now down to 6 squads.
That was a heavy Evo Shield diff. Now guess what? The third party comes in once again from Mouse here. Wolves now trying to stay alive. Hit fire shots off these R9s, and the 5 squads left. While this collapse is still happening on the north side, it's going to be Wolves versus Mouse.
See who comes out ahead. I think it might be the Wolf, but Fnatic here on the fight up against... Well, I don't even know.
I mean, it's against Team Falcons, honestly. They're still alive. It's just we're getting whiplash going from one fight to another. Mouse going to be able to pick up that banner right at their feet. You saw those nades hurtled in their direction. NIP now looking to engage on Mouse, and that's with NIP getting that res earlier. NIP win this fight, and Falcons over to the south side are sharing some of the space with Fnatic. The Falcons down a member. Only 2 of them left.
Yeah. We're split here. Final three squads. NIP, Fnatic here, though. With that one thirst, we're able to pick up at least that red helmet for themselves. Liability's taking a lot of damage. They don't quite have the punch to try and finish things off. NIP know that they've got the utility here, and now it's all up left for Zero to try and survive for as long as possible, but NIP are on the hunt.
Looking for it. Zero's been hitting some of these Kraber shots, but with the Devo at his back, good luck. NIP now looking down, taking free range over Fnatic. The catwalls were called in from Fnatic, but they've already scrambled like flies here.
And he's going to try and hold it down, but that Kraber shot ends up missing. McLovin holding a nagel on one end. And NIP converge. That's going to be NIP. It's with another top finish there. Second place in match number 4. They have not slowed down whatsoever.
Not at all. Huge game here from NIP too. We were just talking about NIP converting a lot of these E-District games into a plethora of points. And not only do they take the dub, they take it with 12 KP to their name.
That puts them at second place overall with 48 points after 4 matches here. That was a great conversion for them. Again, they did a great job of not rushing into Galleria, just holding the choke, which is one of the most important things when it comes to E-District, especially when with how the meta works out, with how the Legend Banner works out, getting rid of the Ulcer, getting rid of the Ash, getting rid of so much mobility to get around a lot of these chokes, well, now NIP were able to really utilize that position to pick up the KP.
Yeah, and Cat being the next one banned is important. How many catwalls did we see in a zone like that where it pulls towards the riverside on E-District specifically? That's why you don't see that same pile up that you would have had for match number 3, where these zones have much more buildings inside that final zone specifically, so you see a lot more teams coexisting. Better look here, NIP not only taking that up once again with 12 KP, but Mouse too, who had timed a lot of third parties to get 11 KP to their name, as we see some of our top performers.
Importantly for Mouse, what I really do want to note for their performance there in match number 4 is that they went early fight on zone 1 closing, which I think really did catch off the team. I don't remember which team it was that ended up going down first, but they were able to get that early fight, catch teams off guard, and they were able to continue on with that. I think they got a little bit over-aggressive when they tried to go after Team Falcons when they went for that drop.
And they know what's at stake too. They're at 21 points after taking that early fight, and aside from staying in this tournament and not being an 18th or 20th, something else that's at stake is sitting comfy while watching everything else play out for our top 17 lobby right now.
Yeah, it was Noise Fox and Movie Star Koi and one other squad I didn't quite catch there at the end that are currently in our 18th or 20th position. Here, day number 1, day number 2, the bottom 3 teams will get it, and then we will have our last chance match on day number 3.
It's been really fun to be able to see how a lot of these teams have had to adjust, not only around the Legend Band, but transitioning into E-District 2. We got some more E-District coming up on the other side of this break.
Well, shout out to the Genji boys for finally getting that in the right order. I was a little bit confused when they appeared on stage there and had the balloons in the wrong order, but they got me and they got it right. And one team who certainly got it right in the previous game is the team we're looking at right now. Ninjas in Pajamas with their first win of the game in match number 4.
Shout out NIP and Raven for getting me some ALGS fantasy points as well. But a very impressive performance, and I think Vicky and Jameson highlighted it as well. When we come to E-District, we were almost expecting that from them, but can they do it again here? Because we will see E-District for one last time before we move over to Stormpoint.
Well, let's just remind everyone of the overall leaderboards and how things are looking at the moment as we approach the halfway point. Of course, you can see on your screen right now, one more game of E-District, and Catalyst will be banned, but Team Falcons on top. Very, very impressive performance. A lot of aggression being shown by them now that they're feeling comfortable in this group. But I want to kind of talk about third place. Ninjas in Pajamas took second with that win in match number 4, but third place, a team who hasn't won a game yet, but has got miraculous reset after miraculous reset, and that is going to be TSM. You get the feeling that some of the games, they really should have been out in 10th, 11th, 12th, but they've managed to get back on their feet, keep fighting to those final moments, and that's put them in third place.
TSM with the never say die attitude, but we are going to see Catalyst banned, so that is now 2 controllers gone. Again, that is another Ring Console legend removed from our pool. Perhaps we'll look towards a bit more Rampart, maybe a sprinkle of Caustic, and of course there are other options throughout perks that can be used. This was against the Maggie and how that would affect
teams at the end of this day. The bottom 3 will be the ones that go home. And even though we have 6 games still to go on this match day, in this pool, Genji Esports, Noise Fox, and Movie Star Koi are the bottom 3 as it stands, but still a long way to go. But they've got to get it right pretty soon.
The cutoff at the moment is 11 points. So, yeah, it's not too much of a worry right now. It's 6 still to go. Interestingly, obviously, when we started the day, AG, they got a first place victory. They put 23 points on the board. Since then, only 4. So they are starting to slowly fall down that leaderboard, only to 4th right now. But the real question is, if this consistency carries on trending that way, they could drop further and further, maybe outside of those top 7 positions. Because whilst, yes, we will be eliminating 3, we'll also be sending 7 teams to those match point finals.
So a reminder for everyone as we head back in towards E-District here for this next match that we will not have Catalyst available. So those buildings are going to get a little more difficult to lock down. I'm seeing a few Caustics popping up in the lobby early on, which is certainly interesting. Sparrow, Rampart, already being played here as well. So the compositions are starting to get a little bit funky, even at this point.
Yeah, a little bit funky. People trying to maybe go for something that might last a few games rather than being banned straight away. Of course, at this point throughout scrims, we did start to see things like Wraith ban, things like Ballistic get taken away on average as well. And it does look like we have a lot of both of those. So I'll get full confirmation on how many a little bit later as we dive right back in to E-District.
Well, here we go then. We feel the pressure start to ramp up just a little bit, game by game, as we head through the games that we have today to decide who's going to go straight to that match point finals, who's going to have to fight their way through that last chance day, and of course, who unfortunately is going to be thinking about what went wrong on their flights home. Let's check out Ninjas in Pajamas, though, understandably so, winners of our previous game.
So just double checking, so it's going to be 10 Wraiths and 10 Cryptos. So tied on that legend pick rate, and as a reminder, the tiebreaker comes down to who wins. If you have that legend on your team and you win the game, that legend will then be removed. If there is no legend on there, it will go down to 2nd place, 3rd, and thereafter. I'll explain it if we get there, but for now, it's either going to be Wraith or Crypto banned going into match number 6.
All Crypto players will be throwing this game to get out of jail. That's what's going to happen right now. Probably not. Let's see where we're going then. It looks like we are going down towards south, pretty similar to what we saw a couple of games ago, actually. Over at Checkpoint by the looks of things. Over by Draft Point, Viaduct is going to have good idea of where this zone is going to be going as well. TSM, they do have a ring console to play with. Ninjas in Pajamas got a little bit further to go, however, so back-to-back for them is going to look a little bit tougher as they're dropping over by Stadium.
Yeah, down in the priority areas, TSM, Sentinels, Kinotrope, Algazia are all going to be moving fast and might have a little scuffle if they are not careful, but all of them should be able to find somewhere to play. Wolves Esports and Movistar are going to be the two teams that will arrive thereafter. AG don't have too far to go either, and they do have a ring console to work with, providing they have a ring console character as well, which they do. They're playing the Caustic. We said, you know, Caustics will pop up here or there after we've seen a few bans come in.
Interesting that Skittles isn't on the Caustic. I mentioned a little bit earlier how one of the most notable players when it comes to a certain legend is certainly Skittlecakes when it comes to Caustic, but obviously he's probably playing more games on the Crypto at the moment. He feels very, very comfortable on that. So Drops is going to take that responsibility. And Z10 going to pull away just as Drops had a little peeky at him.
Yeah, just zipping past them, it feels. Furia also are going to be behind them. AG, that is, but I don't think there's going to be any clashes just yet, as everyone is still prioritizing their rotation and moving fast, as they have been throughout this entire series, really. Again, I don't want to harp on it, but very different to what we saw in scrims.
Well, Fury, of course, will be pretty happy to see this zone. This is one that they took home just a few games ago. See if they can repeat the dosage here. On with the charge rifle in his hands. 2x4 on that is certainly going to be able to do a lot of damage as they early rotate, and will be able to hold this position with the rampart walls down as well. And I tell you what, you don't want to hit that evac tower right now, because a charge rifle behind a rampart wall can certainly do a huge amount of damage.
20th place at the moment for Movistar, and we were watching live scrims happening yesterday. They were performing very well, but haven't really been able to find that same form. And as we mentioned, they are in very much the danger zone, as all these teams are starting to land. Mal's quite close to Sentinels, too close to Sentinels.
Too close to Sentinels indeed. Look up. Will be the next to go, and that is going to be the cleanest of fights possible. As Mal's will be not just eliminated, but I think decimated, I think destroyed, I think absolutely. I'm not going to say a bad word, but you know what I'm thinking.
They got pooped on, let's be completely honest. And sadly, that can happen when you just try and dive blind. You saw the Devos there. It was 1, 2, 3, easy as that. Now, Movistar have been able to use that time, though, to get into the building next to Sentinels and at least find somewhere safe.
You hear the grenades and the fuse cues going off. Here, everybody trying to lock down their positions at the moment. One of those teams is going to be Sentinels, like you mentioned, in the building next to Movistar. It's kind of a Rampart versus Caustic when it comes to who's going to be able to control the space, who's going to be the more defensive legend that's in the composition. Interesting to see the Emperor playing the Caustic as well. So a little bit earlier than we've seen in scripts historically, Caustic coming into the fray.
Yeah, 3 of them, as far as I can see. And if you look at ranked, Caustic, one of the lowest select legends overall throughout all the data that's available. But I think some of these pro players might show you why Caustic can be very beneficial, especially in these kind of environments, when it is a little bit more slow, when it's a little bit more setup heavy, as Z10 are trying to escape the boat check.
Yeah, great shots coming in from Panic there, but looks like the mobile shield will be just enough cover for them to make the cross that they wanted to. Pon's having fun, by the way, with the charge rifle in the feed. You can see he gets the knock onto Cannon. I'm not sure he's going to be able to convert that one, but TSM, they found a place to play in zone here. They're going to be pretty comfortable, especially with Panic with this boat check, hitting shots like it was a few moments ago.
Interested to see where Ninjas and Pajamas go here. At the moment, they're rotating through on the southeast side. And might come across Team Nemesis. But we have to keep an eye on NIP because they have been performing very well on E-District and have a chance to try and really climb those leaderboards and be one of those teams to really look out for throughout the rest of this series. But everyone seems to be comfortable now. There was a little bit of riffraff as people were making their move, but here is the Ninjas in Pajamas journey. And they are just held out. They were hoping they were going to have an easy move into that building.
They're pretty split at the moment in Pajamas, and it's doing a little bit of scouting. You can see inside of the zone at the moment, they just hit that survey beacon, which is going to give them a good bit of information as to where they're being held and what chokes are going to be available for them. To meander through in a few moments' time. When it comes to rotational legends, don't gulp to try and cross ground in the open because they don't have a Wraith. Obviously, we don't have Ash available as well, so no Catalyst. Becomes a little bit more difficult to scurry from spot A to spot B.
But it is going to be a composition that will last into the next game as well. Again, something that they maybe have focused on here. And those ultimates can be very important when they get to the later game. It's just about getting there. I think you're right. If they can get into the circle, into the final zone, then it could be a very powerful composition, but it's getting there first.
TSM looking for a port, looking for somewhere to play. They do have a little bit better rotational ability. Looking for the kidnap by the looks of things. Panic, who was having good fun with some of the kidnaps that he was able to pull off very recently in scrims. This time, not quite able to capture a member of Z10 who are going to be very happy to avoid what could have been
an IP go up and over and have to fall back because of the pressure that was being applied by opposite teams. So it's Na'Vi, it's Gen G, it's NIP. The three teams that are outside of the zone right now. Everyone else is within it. That's kind of how quickly teams have moved.
And of course, 36 have been holding it out in pajamas for quite some time, and now turn their attention towards where the zone is going to be going. It is actually pulling down south a little to bet where this zone their way in towards zone, but they're on the western side of things right now. They're about to go past Street Market, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. They're quite far away from a lot of this traffic.
Very impressive start to the tournament. It has been from Falcons. Number one in the leaderboard at the moment, 65 points, only really chased by NIP in second. And it looks like they are going to assert the same dominance in the early stages of this tournament as they have been in scrims, really. The most consistent team for sure. They did play the most scrims out of anyone, and they really have been putting in those hours, so it looks like practice is paying off thus far.
Oh, zero though.
Can't practice that.
That's a difficult one. How trying to get the fuse ult down so he get in a position to get his IGL back on his feet, but there's the EMP. And Falcons, who have been impressive so far, now have to deal with a push coming in from Furia, and there are grenades to leave Zero here, trying to keep himself alive.
Al also falls because Team Orchid getting involved. The Team Falcons will be eliminated. Now, I would like to say that wasn't my fault. Please, no one blame me, as I was just saying how good they were doing.
He's in trouble.
They will fall in 19th place.
19th for Falcons. First bad game that we've seen from them, though. It's been almost perfect, to be honest with you. The start that they've had in the first 4 games, but in game number 5, not the game they would have wanted. Zero gets picked. And unfortunately for them, they just get pinched as they don't have the timing on that rotate that they were looking for. Na'Vi taking a little bit of damage here. Furia, full of confidence after that, as Ninjas in Pajamas are in the feed as well, taking down a member of Edward Gaming.
I feel like Na'Vi were trying to make some sort of portal out, but Slav got absolutely ripped apart, so they had to go for plan B, which is just using their own good old 2 feet. As Furia were able to stop them. Team Furia as well, live in the studio in the Gidia Arena here. The real question is, can Furia find another victory to send themselves up these leaderboards? From that position, they're going to have to do quite a lot of work.
Ninjas in Pajamas just kind of tiptoeing their way in towards zone. You can see they've secured the space in front of them on the bridge. It will allow them to be safe inside of this zone, but then it's about working their way forward. They've got Alcazia underneath them. They've got a couple of teams around them as well. Edward Gaming still have a solo alive below them, even though a couple of players have been dealt with. You can see return on the bottom side of this bridge. As they inch their way forward, it looks like they've cleared a pretty clear path to where this zone could potentially be pulling. Interesting to keep an eye on Kinotrope Gaming as well. They're playing for the next ring console information. I think a lot of teams would love to know where this zone will be going. Ninjas in Pajamas deal with that solo though, and now their path is a lot more clear.
Yeah, they have drawn the attention of Algazia by the looks of it, who are going to look over this one and make it pretty difficult for NIP to make their rotation. Also worth noting, it looks like all gamers have got a mythic bin to work with, but the real question is, can they actually pop it open? Because it's in a pretty hectic area at the moment. There's a few teams around. 102 definitely hurts, but NIP are able to get 2 of them up.
Kind of haircut you get as a British man. They show you it, it looks terrible, and you go, that's great. Smile, love it.
Smiles
never go back again. Where this zone is going to be going, though, Zero Tenacity and TSM, the only 2 teams inside of the zone. That gives an indication of how far away from draft point this zone has pulled down to that southern side. Na'Vi involved in a lot of the traffic on this northern side who are going to have to leave. Sentinels also holding out this northern side. Teams like Movistar, Koi at the moment, and Sentinels have a good chance to pick up a lot of KP here if they can find some angles to shoot these teams. But you can see it's pretty tough. Not a lot of clear LOSs, excuse me, for them to aim out the teams that are leaving the draft point.
Now this Mythic bin has still not been grabbed by all gamers. It looks like Noah's Fox are looking to see whether they can get it instead. As I mentioned, it's a very hectic area, so it's not been easy for anyone to really take that time to open the Mythic bin, and we might get a situation where no one opens it at all. As Drop's taking a lot of damage here.
Oh, good cover fire coming in. Lycra liked the play initially. Doesn't get the one clip, but just overextending a little bit, see if there's any KP available. If you can just sneak a kill on that Wraith, Q's away to keep himself alive and return to his team. And I think Drop's going to be very happy that the cover was there from the rest of the gamers.
It's a missed opportunity as well. One clipping Caustic, very doable. Very big hitbox to work with, but AG will be able to stay alive for now. And I think a lot of teams are going to have to forget about this Mythic bin because now Team Orchid are also arriving from the north. It's got even more dastardly around these areas. Zone is going to shift a little bit further southwest, though, down towards Zero Tenacity, TSM, and Kinotrope Gaming.
Yeah, Kinotrope are going to be rewarded for playing patiently and waiting for that next ring console information. They're going to have a really, really good walk in. A lot of buildings and cover to play towards this endgame. And indeed, they actually will be inside of the zone alongside TSM and Zero Tenacity. So Genji Esports, they've got a long way to go. They've got to work from this northern side. You can see where their position is in the top left-hand side of your screen on the map overhead. There's so many teams in front of them right now. Movistar, Koi, Na'Vi, Sentinels, Wolves, Furia also. But Genji with the drone now will be able to try and navigate a path through here. Zicky's got some responsibility to see who's in front of them and what fights they have to take.
Genji not only a long way to go in this game, but in this whole series. 11 points at the moment, still down in 19th position. There is commotion happening below them, and you can see they're trying to see if they can get eyes on here. It's Furia below him right now, and Orchid on the other side of that. You don't want to get involved, drop down, and then suddenly find yourself between two teams, but they do have the shield advantage amongst all of this. Just two blues below them.
Furia also burnt the ultimate as well, which means that they're not going to be able to scarp her away. They're not going to have that sling weapon available, the ballistic. AG trying to scarp away, not going to be able to do so though, as No Name will take down Skill Cakes. And now they're going to drop onto Zap as well. Should be able to get this kill. Door gets locked. Can they find the angle though? Here's a little grenade for you. Oh no! That's frustrating.
Happens to 1 in 10 Sparrows, but he is going to be able to at least communicate to the rest of the team where they're going. But it looks like actions happened elsewhere. And that is sometimes the danger of dropping.
Yeah, that's frustrating because that angle was something you've got to be aware of from the top of that building, playing that bridge position. To get picked up from there, very, very frustrating. Drops his last alive here for AG. It's another dud game for them as they will go out 16th overall, 15 squads now remaining. Wolves down to just 1. I think it's still available. Maybe Donut can pick that one up and go on a little Superman run towards the end of this game.
I don't know if there's enough time just because of the ring.
He's sticking it.
Looks like he's trying it. Don't think he got it. But Wolves slowly going about their business. I will say they're up into 4th position. It's now Movistar. Nothing slow about Sheila. But having Sheila and a charge rifle is going to have a lot of fun. Yeah,
despicable. Gonna try and get this finish! The Six will certainly do that. A little bit of help coming in as well as the Kinotrope Gaming, who I mentioned have so much control of the zone, who are raining down fire. Genji did not manage to make it into zone. Wolves, the solo, that will be dealt with as well as Nemesis go up against Okazi down on this low ground and they will win this fight. But now you see E36 arrive and Zuni, goodbye, my friend. Nemesis are out the lobby.
Yeah, there's so many teams that are on top of each other right now. Noah's Fox, Sentinels, Orchid have all found somewhere to play. Enterforce 36 are on their own on this eastern side, but they're being pressured slightly by the squads, both south and north. They're kind of stuck in the middle, so I like that they have just dipped down low, get out of some of those sight lines.
A couple of teams made really smart rotates just before all of this promotion started to happen. One of those teams was Na'Vi, just used a Wraith Fort to get into the bottom of the building that was held by TSM. Speaking of Wraith Forts, Na'Vi's Fox trying to make their way into one of these buildings as well, and this is where Na'Vi will be finding themselves. But this floor is free. It's beautiful from Lycan and thread the needle and find somewhere for them to play.
Straight into the bathroom afterwards, just in case it got a little bit too scary, but they are going to be able to hold this now. With 20 seconds until this zone closes, and still, teams on the north have to move. Remember, Sentinels locked down that building on the north a long time ago with the Caustic, but now they're going to have to try and cross here and potentially be held out.
Fury still alive, up to purples now. TSM, who have been the cockroaches of the lobby. The amount of times they've been down and been able to get resets, well, now they're in a really good position, a little bit of a different look to their game. As Movistar Koi now have to work their way in towards this zone. They were in a pretty good spot early, they had good priority, but the zone shift down to the south has now left them with a rotate to make. Sentinels, they are falling as well. Lota last alive, trying to escape. Cersei with that R9 says no.
And that's the thing, with that composition, it was always going to be a tough cross, and Orchid were waiting for it, and Orchid say, we will take down one caustic, but we keep one alive, but now they also have to continue their journey. Kinetron Gaming are pressuring them from one side, taking a lot of space, as Movistar also deleting them, and Orchid is just going to have to look to that Wraith to try and stay alive. Will not happen by the looks of it.
And this is the place that's been held down for so long by Kinetron. You can see them overlooking the lobby. Cersei still alive here with a Wraith Pool available to jump into a safe spot in the zone, but for how long can he stay alive? That's the real question here. If E36 spot him out, they're going to take him down very, very comfortably.
Yeah, can you gain an extra placement point or two by ratting out maybe into the top 5 as everyone looks across to each other now? The eastern side is very hectic. Kinnetrope, however, on the west have the majority of the zone here, very much in the power position.
There's a chance for Orchid to get good placement points here, because like you say, that all of the traffic, all of the teams, about 6 or 7 of them are on the eastern side of this zone. Cersei managed to get back center zone, and with everybody stacked on top of each other in these buildings, teams have to fall, quite simply, as we have now 8 squads remaining, and TSM, an alternator, in the hands of Jen, putting it to work.
Pretty good play from Gent as well. He saw where they were, he knew he could get an angle, and regardless of whether you get the kill or not, you force another team away from your building. TSM have arguably the best position on top of this building because they just have so much sight lines onto everyone else.
2 free kills to them as well, as the port is not good enough for Z10 to survive on the other side of it, so they have to port back, and that's just easy kills. The likes of Jet and Panic to clean up. Thermite goes down inside of the little hut as well, trying to flush that final player out. Na'Vi still has a full team. Escaping the building, as do. Oh, it's Fox onto the low ground. Zero Tenacity's final player will go down. Setsuki picks one up.
Only 2 cryptos left alive, but there's plenty of race going down as Kinnetrope. They have so much space, but Noah's Fox decided
that one up, and that one will mean they will be eliminated. They will be out of the lobby.
Kinnetrope go down. Noah's Fox might be next, but E36 are sending it onto Na'Vi, who have to really be struggling, but now they're very much in this.
And Force 36 do manage to deal with Na'Vi, though, and they're down on the low ground. The shots coming in from Sinab there with that Devo sling weapon. They are dastardly, and Na'Vi, after being eliminated, will watch the damage coming in from him.
DSM down to just Jen. And by the way, NIP still in prime position here.
NIP should be able to go back-to-back here by the looks of things. Noisy Fox, who are the last team alive. Kurev will go down, but will stay in the game long enough to watch his teammates pick up that win. Ninjas in pajamas, back-to-back here, and keeping that form from scrims going and keeping that incredible E-District record alive.
And not only going back-to-back, but now taking the #1 spot in the lobby. 72 points overall, overtaking Team Falcons. We have 2 very clear leaders in this lobby right now, and I think it's safe to say NIP and Falcons have already done enough to make sure they won't be eliminated today, and they are pretty close to doing enough to even getting through to the match point finals just through the first 5 matches.
Impressive stuff indeed. A lot of questions coming in. Ninjas in pajamas, impressive in scrim. Can that transfer to the live event? Can that and the mid-season players? Well, you're seeing it for yourself in front of your very eyes indeed. 12 points for kills, 12 points for placements. It's 20. That is a bomb game, especially when you just won the previous one as well.
And NIP had no Wraith, they had no Crypto, so it goes down a little bit further to 2nd place, and Wraith was featuring in that one, so Wraith will be banned going into the next matches, which does leave us up with Crypto. It actually went even further than that, because Noah's Fox had both, so it goes to TSM, who had Wraith.
I'm glad you keep an eye on these rules. It's too much for them. Simple man, you know me.
Great in the morning, be happy. 100%.
Tell me where to be. 1 out of 1 is about as good as it gets, but here's the series results, and this is how things are looking at the moment. You can see the band legends at the top right side of your screen as well. NIP take away first place from Team Falcon. 72 points, by the way, in 5 games is a phenomenal tally for them.
That is, if it ended now, the 7 teams that would be going through to match point finals on Sunday. But of course, we're only halfway there. And whilst the likes of NIP, the likes of Falcons, maybe have done enough already, still a little journey to go before they can really solidify their spot into those match point finals. But everyone else, it's still very much up for debate about who is going to be securing their spot and who would be instead relying on those last chance qualifiers on Saturday.
Of course, who is going to have to either watch in the stands or will be ordering a little bit of flavor.
Championships are not given, they are earned. This moment, you cannot let it slip by. It's moments like this that you spend years waiting for, sometimes lifetimes. This moment does not go unnoticed. This is something special.
That feeling of winning, there's no better feeling in the world. He just feels unreal. He just a great feeling that I will never forget.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS mid-season playoffs live at the Esports World Cup. We are halfway through our first matches here in Group A, but that means we have 5 more matches to decide who is going to be going those match point finals. Who is going to be going to the last chance qualifier, and who is going to be going home very early indeed?
Who can spend a little bit of time on the esports boulevard that you can see in front of you. Lots to do, of course, for maybe our eliminated teams. Not what they would want to be doing, but certainly can keep themselves busy should they be eliminated from this lobby. But turning our attention back to business, it's very important to highlight that Ninjas in Pyjamas' performance has been amazing in these last 2 games. 2 wins in a row for them, knocking Falcons off their perch at the top of the overall leaderboards. Things are feeling good.
And good news for NIP is they can keep their same composition going into the next game. Again, perhaps planned that they're going for such things, Ballistic, Fuse, and Sparrow. Maybe we'll see Crypto banned in this next one. Maybe we'll see Ballistic, because he sometimes does, on average, get banned around this time. But of course, we move away from E-District now, the comfort for NIP, and instead we go over to Storm Point. And we're going to be doing that for 3 matches as well, before 2 on Broken Moon. So the real question is, can NIP continue their consistency over to a brand new map here after their back-to-back wins in 4 and 5?
Well, this is what has gone down so far. As you can see, Ninjas in Pyjamas, those 2 back-to-back wins, and not just wins, by the way, 12 KP in each of those games, showing that it's not just being able to get the win. They have the slaying power to make sure it's a points tally that anyone would be proud of. But as you say, next, going to be Storm Point, and we're going to have no Wraith to play with either.
And it is worth noting, we are going to see Ninjas in Pyjamas with their main pick here on Storm Point.
Interesting.
They had 4th pick. They went for Barometer. So maybe these points can keep on rolling, and there's confirmation of that ban. Our second skirmisher will be leaving, so that is another mobility legend disappearing. So perhaps we'll start to see a few more Pathfinders in the mix now, as that seems to be where we go once we start to lose them. But this is what I was talking about. NIP down at Barometer. They had 4th pick, but we also have to look at Genji. Remember, Genji struggling today, but this is their moment. 3 matches on Storm Point, Lightning Rod where they're dropping. Maybe they could pick up some points.
Yeah, looking at all gamers as well, they've had a little bit of a shaky start, had a few games after a very good start in that game number 1, where of course they got the win, but they've got Mill here. So they're going to be in a really good spot to have not only a Trident available, but a good amount of loot to play with as well. And I think Falcons are going to be a little bit fired up as well, because we know that number 1 is all they really care about. Number 1 is what they play for, and to see them being knocked into 2nd place, even though we're only halfway, just might increase the focus just a few extra % for them.
I'm already seeing lots of Cryptos on my screen, and as I expected, a lot of Pathfinders now coming into the equation as well. NIP still going for exactly what they did previously. It doesn't matter if they're on E-District or on Storm Point, it's still Ballistic, it's still Fuse, and it is still Sparrow. But is it going to mode as well on a different map? And of course, will the zone play into their hands? Let's find out.
Well, here we go then, match number 6 about to take place. We are over the halfway point now. Well, we will be as soon as the players drop out the drop ship officially. I know you're one of those people who would hold me to that. You'd be like, it's not yet.
Game hasn't started
yet. But it has now. We are officially over the halfway mark here. And like I mentioned, game by game, pressure goes up and up for those teams who want to get straight into match point finals, or those teams who just want to stay alive.
Yeah, staying alive, I think, is got to be the main focus. If you're especially down in the kind of danger zones, that's what you focus on first, is putting a big points total on the board just to try and secure your spot in the tournament before you start thinking about qualifying for those match point finals.
One thing I love about Ninjas in Pyjamas, by the way, is the mesh of personalities. You think about the stories of these 3 players, right? You know, Vane's been in and out of the competitive scene a little bit, kind of took a little bit of time off, came back again. McLovin, a great rise through the Challenger circuit. Controller player who really stood out. Very impressive stuff from here. And then you have Kurev as well, who gets dropped from that Team Liquid roster after winning BLGS, as Jaguares goes back to join his boys. So it's kind of like a mishmash of people who have very similar personalities with how they see the game, how they approach the game, don't get too flustered about certain things, and just have a really good mentality that seems to work so well together.
Well, you can see where we're heading on the map, and you can also see all of the legends that have been selected. And if you're doing your math quickly, Fuse has been picked 10 times and is going to be banned for the next one. So I was saying how NIP avoiding the bans, well, now they will lose Fuse going into the last 4. Sparrow very close to being banned as well on 9, and Ballistic on 9 as well. So maybe people are starting to see the success of NIP and saying, well, yeah, maybe we should start using some of those legends we haven't been.
I also have to correct myself, as I often have to do. Our Katia are actually over the mill. It's all gamers who are just above them, it's the down B. So apologies to everyone. I corrected myself. I held my hands up. I made a mistake.
It's very small writing on the map we have in front of us as well.
Thank you for giving me the excuse. I just saw it wrong.
You haven't got your glasses on. Neither have I. How are either of us seeing?
I actually don't have my glasses on.
We both forgot our glasses today, so we're stood 6 inches from the monitor. We're going full Zonu.
We are pixel sniffing our way through this next game. Fnatic 14th place overall at the moment. We'll be safe and we'll go into the last chance qualifier, but of course they want to get into the top 7. They want to be in that match point finals. They don't want to have to come back and play another day until Sunday comes around. Where that zone is going to be going, you can see a lot of people heading out to the eastern side of Storm Point right now. I'll be one of those teams who are making their way through the mountain lift at the moment.
There's a shield battery here.
Looting on their way.
Yeah, a few teams were able to hop in their vehicle and able to move very fast indeed. There's other squads that are more than happy to take the Trident a little bit later and perhaps go for a rotation all the way around onto the eastern side, go around the coast, and then cut in. But that's always dangerous a little bit late. As Kinedrope looks like they're trying to take on that Good Gaming here and have done very well.
Yeah, return last alive. Gets the wall down, but one bullet, or should I say one bow, is going to be enough. Or should I even say one arrow? And look at Kinedrope Gaming, by the way. They are fired up after that. All smiles, and why wouldn't you be?
I mean, 6th place at the moment for Kinedrope, but for a team that really struggled in scrims, again, this was something you were talking about, playing on ping.
I was going to say, we talk about crypto jail, let's talk about ping jail.
Yeah, they're out. Kinedrope didn't win a single match throughout scrims. They were only one of 4 teams throughout who didn't win one. I think their highest position was 6th, and now they find themselves in 6th in the overalls.
Well, Falcon are making a really aggressive early play here for where they believe endgame is going to be going. You see a lot of teams moving down to the southern side of the hill. And Zero picking up 2 kills here. How get the last one with that nade as well? And of course, 36 are dealt with, and Falcons will pick up 3 KP.
They were deleted so fast, and now Falcons will have the majority of the southeast side of this circle that is being played for, but they're going to continue moving a little bit further, it would seem, until they find somewhere they can comfortably call home. These rocks can play pretty well, as long as you are very aware of your surroundings and know what positions you're going to be pushed from.
Zero actually got one of those kills with the Whistler as well, with the Q from Ballistic, which is always frustrating if you're on the receiving end of that. But enough damage was done to mean that he only had to tickle him.
Weapon supply bin there, if you like.
Pushing up that second KP for Falcons. Wolves take a little bit of a different route here.
How about we reposition over there?
Spider Cave. All the way on the northern side of the map at the moment. You can see that they've pinged the survey beacon. They want to hit that and see where everyone else is playing ahead of them.
Do have access to both Ring Console and Survey Beacon. It's going to be different when we go into the next game, when we lose views as well. A lot of these Ring Console characters are starting to disappear. And you might have to move for something a little bit different as we get a little replay of that final bow check shot. Right in the backside.
Sentinels then. Man, a bit closer to the launch pad at the moment, down the southern side of where this zone is. See, they have Ring Console information, so they're going to know where it's going. AG saving their legs at the moment and making sure that the Trident, their preferred mode of travel, pick up a few bits of Evo and attachments as they hit these fighters on the way through too.
And again, I don't want to keep harping on about it, but AG went from 1st place in the first game and have only solidified 5 points since then and now find themselves in 7th. So a team who was looking to maybe try and secure their spot in match point finals now find themselves on the cutoff of said match point finals here and really need to start finding a couple more points on the board.
Certainly do indeed. One thing I always say in esports, never celebrate early in a series. Enjoy the moment, have fun, celebrate at the end when you know the work's done. How many times we see people get bitten in the backside by doing that? I'm just going to hope that's not the case.
Sometimes I think the relief of game 1 can be an outburst of celebration, and especially when you're being heckled by the fans, as it seems like AG were.
Level 3.
But alas, they are still in 7th. They are still in one of those qualification spots, so it's not all doom and gloom just yet. And the position they find themselves in, they will be holding the northeast side of this next zone, so they could hold out the likes of NIP, Fnatic, TSM, and Team Orchid, who will be arriving late. But the zone will continue to move east, closer to the likes of Na'Vi and Mouse.
Has gone up north though, and it looks like it might be finishing around the end of the cannon, the kind of cannon launcher. So a lot of the teams who are down on the southern side, the likes of Zero Tenacity, Furia, Falcons, Nemesis, well now they're going to have to make a very, very treacherous trip uphill.
I never really do like my incline steps. How are their calves would be the real question, because if you don't have a trident, you're going to have to make that merry old walk, and it is not a fun one, let me tell you, because there's going to be teams shooting down from above.
I'll also give you a bit of advice, speaking of carbs.
Yes.
Never train carbs before you get in a flight.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Agony on the way over.
Good. That's advice for everyone.
Small carbs.
Not just for me. Advice for everyone from onset. He does lift a lot.
I'm here for you.
Nemesis are going to be the first team that will have to move on that eastern side, and they could potentially, though, maybe stop Falcons from moving. As you can see, Nemesis in the position they find themselves in right now, they will be able to just like crawl up the east, but behind them are Team Falcons, so perhaps that's why they're just waiting in the moment to see if anyone's going to join them. And there is that option. You can see the ring console is just down to their bottom right, but I don't think they have the possibility to use it. Oh no, they have Pathfinder, so they are going to be able to use it as well.
Spider. Poor Spider-Man is trying to live his life. TSM managed to find their way into one of these staircases, which can be a really, really good spot to hold for this endgame, especially with the teams above you at Stormcatcher. Everyone else is rotating from the south, having to find their way through bullets and fire, and you can kind of just hunker down and see what's going on. Hunkering down, thinking about seeing what's going on. Jacko trying to get a couple of walls down here. The angles of the teams who are coming in late from the north.
Only 24 points at the moment for Na'Vi, finding themselves in 12th, but Sheila has been ripped out. I might be able to rip through some shields from those teams that are riding from the north. Remember I mentioned Gen G at Lightning Rod, and they had the number 2 pick in this draft. They went for Elrod. Can they capitalize? At the moment, they were kind of being held out by Wolves Esports. They haven't been able to do anything thus far.
Falcons about to take a fight here against Noise Foxton. The worry for Falcons is the armor disadvantage they find themselves. And it's going to be Noise Fox without the purples. Falcons haven't been able to engage enough with anyone to get themselves up to blues, but a good EMP is going to level that out for a few seconds, but I think that's more just to keep Zero in a position which stays alive and get that battery off.
Yeah, it was a peak from Zero, but he'd taken so much damage they had to use the EMP defensively, really. But I'm not sure that NoseFox are going to really capitalize from it.
It's getting really busy in this area as well. You can see from our map overhead as well. You've got Nemesis on that high ground. You got NoseFox down on there. You've got Falcon Sentinels having a look at it as well. It's really tough rotate for all these teams.
I do think that was why Nemesis were hesitant to push up too early, because they recognized there was going to be a lot of traffic coming behind them and potential to pick up some KP here. Falcons are still alive. We'll go back to their rocks. But don't be fooled by the rocks that they've got, because they are going to have to move soon.
That was an unintentional.
It wasn't.
Was it? Oh, it was intentional. Oh.
Very intentional.
I couldn't tell if you were happy with yourself or devastated. Either way. Shout out J-Lo. Anyway, they're trying to make their way uphill right now, and also Team Orchid finding that this is a very treacherous path to have to take. Bloodshot on the Pathfinder. Cannot get away. Guruv will chop him down, and this fight's inside a zone. Only zone 2 though, so both teams recognizing that, and NIP will be able to not only grab the KP, but also should have enough time here with zone 3 about to close, hit that evac and get back inside of a safe position.
It's only Guruv. He is the only player that went on a journey there to get the remaining kill. One player from Orchid has survived and will be reviving the rest of the team as well, or at least crafting the rest of the team. Getting them back on the map is a different matter. But I would imagine Orchid should get back up, as NIP will also hold now the western side. Their closest competitors are going to be Algazia, Movistar Koi, excuse me, also in the same area.
Unitropes, 6th place overall, by the way. And in one of those good spots for where this zone is going to be pulling. We mentioned the grab lift. This is where the zone is most likely going to be ending here.
There in the distance.
Enemy spotted.
And if they can put another good game together here and put some KP alongside a good placement, there's a long way to securing potentially a match point final spot.
I like their position, I like their composition as well, as Team Falcons now eventually will be taking on a fight against Furia. Madness has already fallen, Madness gets finished, and now Keon is going to be the next to follow up.
Woo! Forget about the Devo in the sling. This man's got the rampage. And Zero is going on a rampage right now. Furia dealt with Only how went down. Walsey was in a position to stay alive here, and they should be able to get this res as well. Furia will fall it for KP to the name of Zero himself, leading the lobby.
Suddenly, everyone's starting to get a little bit worried about their zone is moving as it shifts a little bit further back down south.
Double pullback.
Well, you would have thought Falcons were going to be struggling, but now they're going to have the zone come back towards them. Essential's taking on NIP.
Yeah, double pullback in this zone. It's been a fascinating one to watch. As Vayne now comes in once again to cause some problems. The 2020s come out. His vision is looking 2020 as he takes down the final player, Sentinels, next out of the lobby.
Well, where the NIP go, though? If they go south, it's going to be a real struggle. So you might have to go up and go over this mountain. But again, where are you landing? So many teams are going to be taking up space here. This is going to be a rough landing for them.
I wonder if Kurev was able to pop mech it. Yes, he was, just about. The zone is going to be burning. Vayne has just about managed to get inside of that zone, but they're not going to be able to get McLovin back in the game. They don't even have the banner as yet, but this tree spot will keep them safe for now. Double clusters coming in, though. It's going to make it a little bit uncomfortable. And Z10 might make it even more uncomfortable. Two duos alongside Falcons.
Well, I was going to say, Z10 might actually take a little bit of attention away from Ninjas in Pajamas, because Falcons might have to focus on them. ALGS eliminated, as are Team Orchid.
Interesting to see on the other side of Team Falcons at the moment. Nemesis and Noisy Fox are trying to rotate behind them, but Falcons are keeping their heads on a swivel here. Zero's taking a lot of damage, and he's just found out where those shots are coming from as well, but he finds a little cubby just to escape here and get that battery popped.
Those Fox go down. Team Nemesis were able to get the final hits onto them, and they have got a knock onto Zero. Are they going to push up on it is the real question. Elsewhere, Fnatic taking on Kinatrope.
Kinatrope have been holding down this spot. Fnatic have crashed the party though, but Kinatrope have given the space up and have stayed healthy enough here to stay in this fight. Fnatic will hold this space. Fnatic will be safe for now.
A lot of grenades coming out. But I don't know if there was much damage from them, but Kinatrope are going to send it anyway.
That is a lot of nades, and as you can see, here comes Sheila! Cannon last alive now, trying to get in a position to hold it down, but Yuka's still alive here, and Yuka will clutch for Fnatic.
He went back, he wanted to get the shield swap, but I believe it was a dead swap in there, and it just killed that fight in the end, as Falcons still holding on as a 2. Again, another member has gone down. NIP getting involved in this because they sense there is a potential to push up on the Falcons.
Gurev's going to have a peek at this. Oh! Who goes down? Oh, my Zero! The Peacekeeper! Max damage! That'll teach you to peek, Gurev.
Doesn't matter if it's a Peacekeeper or a Kraber. Zero always find a way to pump you for enough damage. Vayne's going to try and escape, but it looks like he's going to be chased, but behind them comes Nemesis.
Yeah, Walsey just got caught in a pinch here, and look at this. Nemesis right behind it. Zero overextends to get the kill on the solo. Nemesis sees the opportunity brilliantly, and even though Ninjas in Pajamas are eliminated, which will mean they will not go back to back to back, Falcons might look back on that moment as something that, a bit of an overextension, a bit of a misstep.
Well, Nemesis will finish up the remaining pieces of Falcons that were still on the floor, but there's going to be commotion elsewhere. Na'Vi, TSM, Fnatic, all getting involved here.
And again, TSM hold behind the Newcastle wall. TSM hold in a position where it looks like they should go down. Dupe is the last alive. We'll be able to get the swap here, and he's looking to finish these down. But Fnatic have sniffed him out. See that he's a solo. They want this kill. The Arca, he's gonna get it though. TSM eliminated. The Arca sliding away, but no. He will go down as well, and Fnatic control the entirety of the North.
Zero is still alive, has now secured top 5 for Falcons as Genji eliminated. Nemesis will hold the south, and you've got Wolves on the east, Mao still alive, as well as Fnatic on the north, but Mao's have taken so much damage here. Both them and Wolves are in very different.
Oh, a Fnatic are picking up KP. First it was Kinnetrope, the clutch from Yuka. Then they swing it onto TSM, clean up that damage. Alongside Na'Vi, who got credited with that kill, but they make him pay it. And now Fnatic, like we mentioned, control the entirety of the northern side of the zone. The southern side is Nemesis. Falcons still alive. Zero. Still breathing. But it's going to be Wolves now, full sending it. But Maus are going to get the better of them for the beginning, but it's going to be a 2. Yeah, they're already ripped through. Great job. From Maus to take down Wolves here, but can they reset? It looks like it should be okay. Fnatic are taking a peek from above, but Fnatic don't want to give up their spot, so they are not going to commit to it. Yeah, 4 squads alive, it's always an awkward number. They will know there's a solo in the lobby doing the quick maths that is required. And Nemesis have got a horrible surprise for Zero here as they zip towards him. They want this KP. The Zero somehow keeps threading the needle here. Finally, unfortunately, the needle gets lost in the haystack, and there'll be Zero and Falcons eliminated. Top 4 for them.
So Fnatic still in prime position, but as they are temporarily distracted from Maus, it will allow Nemesis to walk up and take center zone here. But Maus have just found the cliff edge to work with. And it really is going to be a very difficult position for them to try and get up, because Nemesis might actually get an angle on them here.
The pace of this end zone is going to be controlled by Fnatic. Whoever they decide to focus on be a major disadvantage. But look at Maus.
How's it going?
Sneaky, sneaky Maus. Going all the way up towards the north. But Aku's got to be careful here. Looks like the decision might be made that we've got to play for seconds somewhere along the line, but Nemesis will be credited with these kills. Fnatic will now have a 3v3 to win this game, and that's a big EMP. Nemesis take the damage from the EMP. The grapple up isn't great. And surely this is just opening the door for Fnatic to close this one out.
Fnatic have dominated this game. They've dominated the height, and they look to dominate this fight as well. Nemesis will fall. Fnatic will take the game, and they erupt with a victory here in match number 6.
And APAC North will be celebrating wherever they are watching right now. And you can see how much that means to Fnatic as well. The big clutch from Yuka on the side of that cannon in that 1v1 scenario set them up for success. And once the opportunity arrived to win the game and clean up in the way they did, they didn't make any mistakes.
So interesting to see the cameras there. Nemesis right behind Fnatic where they're seated. I mean, obviously, they would have had no idea while it's happening, but they'll stand up, they'll give them a little look, and they'll let them know who's boss. 21 points for Fnatic, and what that does is put them in contention for match point finals. They find themselves top 5 now in the overalls, and with 4 matches to play, it's a pretty good position to find yourself in.
It certainly is indeed. 9 points on the board, again, for Ninjas in Pajamas, though it's not the bombs we'd seen previously. Nemesis consistent once again for EMEA fans. And Maus just behind them as well. A good game for EMEA, that one.
A fantastic game for them. And Team Falcons, I mean, not a bad game for them as well. They just pipped Ninjas in Pajamas by 1 point to find themselves on 82 points now. Ninjas in Pajamas on 81, so we still have 2 clear leaders. And with 4 matches left, a 30-point lead, 50 point over the cutoff, I think I can safely say we're going to be seeing Falcons and NIP on Sunday. Now, Kinnetrope Gaming are the team that holds that 7th spot, though, and that's the one we have to keep an eye on as these 4 matches resolve.
Yeah, you probably noticed how close it is from 7th down as well. Just a couple of points between those places. So not a lot of room for mistakes now as we have 6 games done and dusted, Dan. We've got only 4 more to go. This is getting a little bit hairy for some of these teams. We'll have to see who has that clutch factor and who can handle the pressure as we get back from this break in just a few moments' time.
Welcome back to the ALGS midseason playoffs here in Riyadh. My name is Rain Day, and we are joined by a very special guest for this halftime recap. Of course, we got Jayhawk and Snipe Down. But Kelly Milkey's from Alliance, co-owner. And Kelly, it's amazing to see you not only at any venue that we have, because you hand me cool stuff that I could put on my daughter, right? I mean, the cute onesie for Alliance. We haven't got it on broadcast, but it's adorable. But also, you're such a big part of the presence of Alliance at these events, People come to know you, and it's just great to have you here and be able to pick your brain a little bit. How you doing?
Great, thanks. It's actually my first time at EWC, and I'm really excited.
You know, one of the things that speaking of like first times, the opposite of that is Alliance's 10 year in Apex Legends. You guys are really one of the oldest, if not the oldest, in terms of length of days that you have been in org and representing players in Apex Legends. Talk to me why it's been such a good fit for you. Why has this made sense for you guys to stay here so long?
The best BRs out there. Second of all, we have amazing players. Third of all, we have an amazing community. So sponsors love the game as well. It's
as well. You talk about hockeys, and you talk about the and effect, but you brought up Yuki. I mean, what a sensation he was when playing for Alliance. You guys have also found a way to find a synergistic team, Kelly. And that to me is harder when unlucky and when effect. These guys, they're stars on other teams. Come together, they make it work. And how do you support your players to find that synergy and keep working together when many teams break up?
Most of our leadership are ex-pro players, so our performance culture is really strong. We have a really great performance team working around our current team. Of course, one of the most important things for BR is like teamwork and synergy. Yep. It's easy to say it, but it's very hard to attain. That themselves, I also have to give players credit. They themselves, they really buy into the culture. Not every one of our roster does, and those are not so successful.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of trust in the team. We try a lot of things. Of course, what you see on stage is like the tip of the iceberg. Absolutely. And the homework that it's put behind by our GM, our performance coach, and our head coach. It's a lot, and the captain works really closely with them when we're scouting players. Is a really long process.
Yeah.
For us to want to remove or make a roster change, it's the absolute last decision to make. Something that is, what a lot of the other teams don't have is that typically when you lose a tournament, you kind of want to make a swap.
Yeah.
We haven't exactly been having great results at LAN pre-EWC last year.
Right.
Often at times we have even been like double digits at LAN finals,
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of analysts and there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind it. And I have to say a big part of it is, of course, hockeys.
Yeah.
So the last thing I would share a little bit, because I don't want to, share too much about how we work.
Imagine you throw all their team strats out right now in this interview. They're like,
how we win.
Kelly?
I was going to ask the performance
Pontos is probably going to kill me right outside if I do that. But in Alliance, number one, we invest in our captain.
Yeah.
And it's really important for us to find a strong captain in any team games that we have, and we have that in John, and he's like an incredible human being. He has extremely strong work ethic. He is very strong as a leader. He's calm when he needs to be. He puts pressure when we need be. Of course, that comes with a lot of working together and trust. But yeah, I'm glad we decided to go the way we did, because now we're here as defending champions.
You guys have had an incredible run. since last EWC. You held up a trophy in Riyadh last year. We'll see if you can do it again this year. You play tomorrow in Group B. So if you're excited about that matchup, make sure to stay tuned and keep it here for the entire 4 days to see Alliance in action. But fellas, I'm going to shift towards you as we get back to the action that just occurred. 3 games came by, 4, 5, and 6. A lot of that, though, felt like maybe 2 games, maybe 1 game. But we were talking about 1 team. NIP most of the time.
Yeah, I'm so happy that I was able to talk about them before this started, and we get to see Vayne here. Roster. Okay, first off, we saw Falcons. They're just going to be playing as aggressive as they can. They'll be going for kills. And this is we talked about Vayne's confidence level, and then getting these back-to-back wins, especially on E-District, honestly, after their momentum in the game before, where they had, I think it was 12 kills and a 4th place, the game that Furia won, it just set the tone for them, especially on this map. When you start getting, back-to-back-to-back maps and you get that confidence, they're able to run through, and their kills is what's putting them ahead of this. And honestly, something that we noticed in the stats is that they are 1, 2, and 3 on the kill leaderboard in terms of overall kills for this tournament. Even though Falcons was at the top, they're still able to pull that off, and that's just only going to set the pace for the rest of this.
It feels like Ninjas of Pajamas, definitely the team that we thought they were, coming in 2nd place in terms of overall qualifying. These groups are positioned, you might be wondering why these groups feel the way they do, though, based on championship points. So obviously that 2nd place actually went to Shopify Rebellion based on those points. That's why they're in the other group. But going back to game 2, John, it was more the same. It's just NIP finding a group.
Yeah, once again, like Snipe was saying, I feel like this roster may be on paper. Sure, they don't have the talent level of a Falcons or an Alliance, but they have the cohesion. The top 3 players, like you said, all in terms of kills, is those 3 guys. Sure, maybe you wouldn't predict that any of those guys are going to be the kill leader, but when they're performing like this, you see the results, and it's not any individual player. All 3 of them are able to perform, and that goes back to what Snipe was saying. At the top of the show, where okay, Vayne can focus on the IG. He doesn't have to micro either of his players, because you know that McLovin's going to perform. You know that Kurev being your so being able to, get some mix in with those calls. All 3 to things like this, where they're coming from Stadium, maybe draft point, it's a little closer, potential end game, and yet still they're able to get the ultimate.
And who would have the high here on this one and take the win? I mean, going back into your statement, playing with cohesion. This is something that Fnatic's always leaned on and done well. It was up to Yuka to find new teammates. The conversation was, here's a list that we think, and Yuka said, hey, I've got a list too. He handed that down, and guess what? I think they went with a lot of Yuka's list. And it's continue to be relevant in top fives. That's kind of where they make their bread and butter. Top fives in circles, top fives in tournaments. They're trying to get back to that and represent APAC North in a different way. It's been over a year since they've raised a trophy in the ALGS. Now trying to do it yet again. But the whole being greater than the sum of its parts, we're seeing that clearly within IP. Sometimes for a team like Fnatic and a team like Falcons too, the whole just being equal to the sum of its parts is fine. It's okay for day one. These teams do not need to be at complete synergy right now. But if you just look at that screen and the passion from the yelling, you could tell it's a bit of relief, Jay, just the fact that they got that win.
Absolutely. And for Fnatic, it was definitely a project because Yuka said, I want to pick up 2 younger players. And that's sort of similar to what Ninjas of Pajamas did. Sure, maybe they're not young, but it's a project. Because McLovin, he's not necessarily a player that we know for having a lot of success on LAN previously, like Vayne does. And so, like I said, on paper, this team doesn't quite make sense as one of the
best. 20 kills plus in these last 2 games, and you had the 7 at the end, but another man matching him. And of course, actually, you know his name, you've seen him before, he's standing on stage. It's Zero from Falcons. They might have taken their foot off the pedal and a little bit of that speed, but they are still operating with an intense surgical like style because they know with the NIP guys as well. Kelly, I want to thank you for hanging out with us. This was amazing, and good luck tomorrow. I know of you watching. Any particular place you're going to be in the stands, or you got some kind of cool booth or box while walking around? Where are you going to be?
Yeah, we have 30 fans from all around the world that came with us.
That's
So
right.
I'm going to be in the stands yelling at you guys, yelling at the stage. So make sure to tune in to watch the best games in Apex.
One of the coolest things about that story, man, flew in 30 fans to Riyadh. Big shout out to Alliance. We got to see all our orgs doing that as well. It's time to get these games going for our last setup before we come back for one more final halftime break. So let's send it over to our casters to kick it off.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. We've already seen the action breakdown here on Storm Point. Vicky Kitty here along side Jamerson, and it's crazy to see how things have been shaping up, but even better to see how many teams right now have been soaking up that KP because the competition is tight. If you want to feel comfortable in the top 7 to sit in the finals lobby.
And the 2 teams, of course, that are standing up top are extremely comfortable, but they have been trading blows back and forth between Falcons and NIP. 1 point between the 2 of them. We'll see who stands out on top of the day. For now, as we continue on in Storm Point, we got to see Fnatic with their history here on this map, being able to secure themselves that north side of the map, getting Trident, even though it was a 3rd pick. And this is one of the 3 map sets. So just the simple fact that they come in with that kind of history, teams give them that freedom. Orchid end up 4th picking that, gives Fnatic a lot more freedom in how they want to move down to the south here.
It's great. You get the quick rotate too with the Trident obviously as well while we take a look at where this next zone is going to be taking us. And again, just to remind everybody, it is a top 7 that make it into that final lobby on Sunday. And I emphasize this constantly because looking at how tight in terms of points the overall standings stayed, it's Mouse with 33 points in 8th place with Kino Trope with 34 points. And then going down from Mouse, you have AGAL with 31, Enter Force 36 with 30, Navi with 30, and that's with Navi popping off to on E-District at some points. So it's crazy to see how close it is.
Yeah, that is extremely tight there on the bubble. But here, as we take a look at the ring poll, our first map ring. It does seem like, well, we're going back to Jurassic, and what a time, of course, to go back to Jurassic of all places here. But also want to note that with the bans that came in, particularly with that fuse getting taken out in match number 6, we have our picks of a few console legends. I want to say console, excuse me, ring console legends, not controllers, ring console legends. That's going to be the Pathfinder, a huge pickup from a lot of our squads. We did also have a smattering of the Ramparts there, particularly Na'Vi and Kinotrope, along with Mouse and Z10.
It's so funny that no matter what, right? Like if it's the Wraith off the table out here, you talk about Fuse, no Ash, no Alter. Let's bring in Pathy. 14 Pathies right now in this lobby, 70% pick rate with Crypto following right behind with 11 Cryptos in this lobby to get that information. I know you saw it side by side with Sparrow at some points to be able to remotely get the scan on those survey beacons here while we get set up on Team Falcons, who are holding first place by a 1-point difference.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, especially with today's ban so far, how as soon as a legend like pricks their heads up, well, you're banned, right? So the Fuse picking up a lot of traction there in game number 6, going immediately down, but it's Mouse now. One of those teams currently on the bubble with 4 matches left to go, trying to secure their spot into the finals today, trying to avoid the last chance qualifiers. But Wolves Esports, another team also on the bubble, trying to fight for their lives right now.
Very important fight right here. No Name taking a nice off angle, putting pressure onto Lufko, having to back away just for right now. You see Donut, you see Crazy Kong, who manages to jump all the way up with the Newcastle wall too. They're trying to go for some of these follow-ups, but Donut is the first to get knocked. It's a trade-off from both sides.
Yeah, Crazy Kong biding his time for now, having someone hold the angle, but No Name will get knocked out. 0-0 with the Mozambiques. We'll be able to finish them off. A great time for them, but they've got to be careful. Possible third party. You can see the crypto drone coming out. It's Gen G showing up here, so that's not going to allow Mouse to go for a full reset.
Gen G wanted in on that fight. I mean, I don't blame them, right? Look at them. They're in 18th. They're at risk of getting eliminated. We are already on game 7. Only 3 more games to go to really turn things around for them, so they need this KP, preventing the reset onto Mouse.
0-0. Trying his best to get away here, but Gen G, like you had mentioned, are on the hunt. Mouse will go down. 2 big competitors for Gen G out of the way. This is a huge opportunity now for Gen G to try and just barrel their way up the leaderboards.
Needed it here. Again, we're already at match 7. You got to start boosting up those points. It was a big fight for Mouse, even bigger fight right there for Gen G. As we take a look at Sentinels, honestly, just bottom of the barrel teams thus far in their performance and what they need to work out as we go through these different maps here. Fnatic inside of the tunnel, looking to try to take this fight against Movie Star Koi, who are currently sitting in 19th, also at risk of elimination.
Yeah, they're trying to hold that north side of Jurassic currently. Liable Ace still bleeding out. You can see Yuka is giving them that information with the drone. TSM haven't been able to push up quite yet. They're still looking for their angle.
Trying to clean up some more KP here. TSM have been fantastic. I love the way that they've been playing with confidence. So we get the nice little highlight, the side-by-side before the quick third party came up from Gen G. This is Mouse finishing off that fight versus Wolves. And now we get to see 18 squads up with TSM still taking this fight, navigating around the nades that he just threw right in front of him, trying to reset here too. Off the low ground though, but it's going to be Movie Star Koi. Blinkster going to be able to get that first knock and then turning around as Fnatic look to get involved in a third party.
Yeah, this is always an awkward position to fight in because teams can easily come in for the third party. You know that teams will be moving into Jurassic very early on. You've got teams that can also come in from the northern side, but it looks like this will largely fizzle out. Both teams reset, and it's just economy that's been wasted from either side. But it's always an awkward fight in there. It's always a long fight to get in because there are so many different angles you have to actually check when you're taking a fight there.
And this early too, right? Like a lot of teams have already been able to get their scan, see how they want to rotate. We know it's probably going to be pulling over to that south side by Jurassic like we already saw before. So you can expect more of these chokes exiting out of Jurassic, specifically south side by Barometer, by Cedo Station, to get congested very fast. A lot of teams like to hold those bunker doors by the fence line.
Yeah, you always have to be careful though. The evac towers, so many teams end up defaulting into evacing into that northern side of Jurassic. A lot of teams, though, right now currently controlling the outskirts of Jurassic, like ALGS currently. Ninjas in Pajamas also on the south side. Zero Tenacity controlling the choke coming in from Pylon. For Noise Fox, though, they are taking their time coming in from the northern side right now. They do have All Gamers. The team, after taking match number 1, has slowed down significantly. Coming into match number 7 here, this is an opportunity for them to try and gain some of that back.
Yeah, right. Like they had game number 1, they won with like 14 KP. It's crazy to see that momentum dwindle away from them, but this is the opportunity. Still sitting within top 9 thus far. Zap holding the high ground with the bow check in hand. He's got some great loot too. The R9 with the gold light mag. Just looking to try to gatekeep this team for right now because they know that Noah's Fox either has to wrap around that beam wall here or actually try to commit to coming out from that hillside, while Edward Gaming are able to get the reset and Sentinels popping off in the feed on E36.
Throughout all this Fnatic, we're able to get res onto their 2 members. Ninjas in Pajamas, we were talking about them controlling the south side here. It's the southwest side, so that does actually make a pretty big difference. Not too many teams coming out from that barometer side. We might have a crash there, but currently it's a lot of teams focusing on the pylon rotate, but it's still early on. Teams are still kind of rotating through that south side, and we have plenty of opportunities for them to show up and challenge Ninjas in Pajamas for that position. For Falcons, though, this is one of the teams moving in from the pylon area. We've got Zero Tenacity and Furia holding this down, though.
Love it. He's preemptively shooting after the scan off the crypto drone, gets into position, follows up with how they have the Tempest activated. Very scary situation to look at here as they grapple onto that one player trying to run for his life. It's Noctu's one shot. Why are you running? Just go face the inevitable at this point.
They also got a knock onto Z10, so they can completely control this side of Jurassic. They're trying to follow up on it right now, and there it is. One more knock onto Missy. Fuda gets finished off here. Team Falcons can play with pure aggression, and they have so since match number 1.
Looking great on clearing this side. Look at all that extra KP. The points here too, trying to build up that gap between themselves and NIP, which, by the way, NIP, a team that's holding that southern choke that we talk about over by Jurassic Park, are in the other spot that I would love to hold in a zone pool like this. Because if NIP clear their backs, it's really Sentinels that they have to make sure will not rotate on their 6.
Yeah, it's our 2 top leaders there on the south side right now. NIP and Falcons, but it's been Falcons who've been picking up these kills and maybe get more. Nemesis coming in from there, but it's Orchid right now that we're on board with, coming through from Cascade Falls. And again, not much in the way of friction because a lot of teams have moved to the western side of the map. We do see ahead of them moving. But Orchid all purpled up will have a better fighting chance at this one than Movie Star Koi.
certainly is maybe carving a path to where they need to go here to get him back in the game. But checking in with Fnatic, you can see that Innitrop have moved in underneath them, so we've got a little bit APAC North on APAC North action going down.
Right here. It's this place here.
Shaco has been taken down, and that means that Na'Vi are going to have to probably retreat on their rotation and go back to get back up to a full 3. But other than that, a lot of teams, yes, they're having pop shots at each other, but people are reluctant to take fights. And again, we're going to start to see more nerves arrive the further we get into this series, whether it's match 9 or even match 10. The thing is, it will be different with match 10 as to 9, is it will be the last chance for a lot of these teams to get points, and we might see more fights because people get even more nervous, take unnecessary risks, and we'll have to see whether it pays off for them.
I think the fact that the lobby is so close, usually we see a team that's like a long way away.
Yeah, someone who can really
they'll try and run it down just to get the points because they have no choice. But because it's so close, I don't think teams really have that option. They've got to play the long game. They've got to play the slow game. Which means this match number 10 that follows up after match 9 that we're in right now is going to be a nervy experience for more than one team for sure. At the moment, you can see E36 just kind of counter-rotating, do a little bit of craft. Sells a few extra batteries as they work their way in towards zone, and they're in 8th place in the overalls right now, so they're the one team that is trying to force their way into that top 7 towards match point finals.
Yeah, and I think Falcons, Ninjas in Pajamas, and I think Fnatic, maybe even TSM, are going to be feeling pretty comfortable at this point of making those match point finals, but everyone else is still up in debate for whether they're going to finish in the top 7. Zera's been able to take down one member of C10, Feud has fallen, but the real question is, can you actually convert that kill? The answer is yes, Zera will take him down.
And C10 down in 20th place, so that's not good for them. This is the worry I was talking about for a lot of these teams who are in the box 3 that were rotating pretty close together on that southern side. Falcons are going to be a problem at some point for them. Speaking of problems, MKOI having to reset here, having to get rampart walls down, having to use the mobile shield just to get healthy.
Doesn't look fun. Looks like literal torture being down there, but at least they are going to be able to stay alive for now. But TSM are going to look down over this, and once this shield dissipates, it's going to be very difficult to stay alive. Big nade, though, to force them back.
Yeah, this spot playing early is pretty tough. This is somewhere that usually teams try and play a little bit later on. As you can see, the amount of damage that they're taking at the moment, having to cycle through rampart walls, mobile shield, and now, with the ability to start to run out, they're having to scupper away. And this is the problem with playing this spot early. There's so many lines of sight. The Jelly's going to be left on his own.
A lot of responsibility here when you're in match 9 and you need points. You are down there in those dangerous areas. TSM, however, they're looking to try and solidify their spot in match point finals. 70 points right now, 4th place. I think you're probably good. You could very much cement it as Movistar will be taken down in 20th position. That's rough.
Yeah, and when you're coming into the game in 4th overall, knowing how close it is, going out early is going to hurt, as is that shot onto Cersei from Panic. And that's Orchid again, another team who are down at the bottom of the leaderboard. So they're going to have to work very hard to get Cersei back into this game. And Orchid, who had great prio and a great spot in this zone, have to play this one as a 2. And no Crypto to go and collect that banner. It's all going to have to be done manually here.
The zone does shift a little bit further north, just outside of Terraformer here, which is really good news for some of those teams that were rotating a little bit late from that northern side. There were a few that committed on the south, likes of Wolves. They've kind of held down a position. They're going to have a little bit further to go as now Falcons, with that information, begin to make their journey as Nemesis take on E36.
Nemesis trying to force their way into match point finals with 2 big games. Have to deal with E36 at the moment. E36 was a good shot, but CNAP has gone down, but Yuzna evens up the numbers, but Remix Powers won't be able to do enough to keep his team alive. It will be Illy who comes through for Enforce 36, who wins that fight, which was isolated enough on the northern side of the map for them to get a full reset.
Down at my station, by the way, Genji and Zero Tenacity are currently looking at each other. Potentially, Noah's Fox also taking an engagement here. Na'Vi are going to be above them. A couple of Sky Nades to go out here. You can see Volsky's also been taken down in the kill feed. So a lot of kerfuffles happening here. I can't even say it.
Or players being picked off as teams get desperate for points or maybe get nervy about taking fights. Louise Fox. Jacko, good damage, but they just can't get that first stop. Hiaka will get it. But Jacko has no idea the NIP are looking to third hit. Slap on the flank. He'll find one, but he's got to pull off something superhuman to keep Na'Vi alive here.
Yeah, maybe just trying to get a little bit of KP potentially. Runs right into the last remaining. Remember though, and NIP will clean up Nose Fox. By the looks of it, they will. So Nose Fox eliminated in 17th. There's Na'Vi in 18th, but there's more.
Here comes Falcons. Even without Waltzy, they want a piece of NIP. But Waltzy is back to his feet. Hal goes down as well, and now Waltzy, having got back into this game, has got decisions to make. Do I escape? Do I take this fight? And I think the smart thing for Dubes for him is just to run. And by doing so, might be able to keep Falcons alive in this game 9.
I mean, the team in first place, pushing the team in second place, but NIP holding strong. I think they were way healthier than Falcons thought they were going to be, as AG now taking the fight against Sentinels here.
I want to be Sentinels who are eliminated. Genji also go. And this is the pace that Broken Moon can give you. And drop now, last player alive inside the zone. Does he have the timing on the syringe? It doesn't matter because E36 will win that fight inside of the zone and make AG sweat a little bit longer.
I'm a breather because you're right. Just like that, we've seen 7 teams now eliminated. We did see a care package get picked up by ALGS. So we were saying it was, doom and gloom. They needed to have a game here. Well, they're into the top 13 so far, so they've got at least 1 placement point. There's 1 point out of the elimination zone, though, so the real question is, can they go further than that with a care package? And then maybe, just maybe, can give them all the goodness that they need. Is Furia just trying to keep Madness alive here. And there is Bangalore coming into full effect. But remember, she'll be banned.
As you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, this is how it stands and how the team's live scores currently will find themselves. Zero Tenacity out of the lobby. Sentinels out of the lobby. Katsuya still in the lobby though and have moved out of that bottom 3. Remember, bottom 3 will be eliminated from the tournament at the end of pool play today.
Never mind.
Now Falcons look like they were down and out, but Waltzy was able to escape, and Waltzy is getting the rest of the team back up here. My question would be, is anyone going to be looking over it to potentially take them out when they land? Edward Gaming are right next to where Falcons are just exiting this dropship, but checking with ALGS, there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders here.
Quickly popping this battery at the moment. Mikey Drill's going down. They're trying to stay alive here. And they're actually going to decide to hit a risky evac, but they're not taking to the skies here. They just jump into the other side of this wall, where they can then look out at the position of Wolves Esports. By the way, Z10's still alive actually in this game. I thought they'd been eliminated, but one player did manage to escape, keep themselves in this game. Now Katsuya might be thinking, can we survive? Ult goes down. The Stinger Bolt is trying to hold out Wolves here. But so much damage is being done by both teams to each other. The Z10 have actually managed to get back in this game. The respawn comes in. The respawn for Falcons, though, not as effective. They will be eliminated.
So many teams here on this southern side as ALGS go down, as do Zero Tenacity. 2 teams who are down in the danger zone. 10 squads now remain. Team Orchid looking over Wolves here, and they kind of want to push. They do have the ability to. They have Mad Maggie.
They also got Cersei back into the game. Remember, they were a duo when he went down a little bit earlier on. So Orchid back up to 3, commanding a good position to where this zone is going to be going. But they've got to deal with Wolves here. They want to clear their backs before they think about moving forward.
And you can see why they're hesitant to push in, because, oh no, Luxford goes down from elsewhere. I was going to say, there are teams in the area, but now Rambo and Cersei have to go and try and help Luxford here, make sure he's getting back up.
Trope Gaming have been eliminated in the meantime, so they will be the next team to fall out of the lobby as we're into single digits now. 9 squads remaining. And Wolves have just been playing the survival game at the moment. Dipping and diving and dodging and doing everything they can around the geometry of Terraformer. I've seen a few teams be eliminated while they have just been surviving. The riot drill goes in, which is going to pick away at Fnatic and not only get a little bit of damage down, but also gives them the indication of where Fnatic find themselves.
By the way, no one is in the next zone. And no one is in the final zone. It's certainly going to be a dicey one. I think Team Orchid, the only one who are hovering around that area right now. You can see it on your screens in the top left. Everyone's kind of in the surrounding areas. There's going to be plenty of fights as this zone closes. There's some big, important decisions to be made by some of these IGLs who are having to enter now. Mouse are trying to force their way through Furia. Edward Gaming going to be trying to hold out anyone arriving from the southeast. You've still got NIP arriving from the northeast as well. Noct has just gone down.
Team Orchid going to overlook, potentially, Wolves' position. You can see the nerves and the decisions that are being made by Team Orchid right now. They know they're going to have to move. That isn't too far. They will be safe inside the next zone, but they want to make sure that nobody gets the jump on them. Furia, though, 15th place overall at the moment. Having to survive and will be safe to do so, but can they stick the res? Is anyone going to look down on this? Mouse is the closest team to them, and they're going to stick the res onto Noct.
I think Enter 436 are looking at Mouse, so Furia able to just avoid all of that gunfire, get back up, and it looks like Noct is going to have a chance to fully heal here as a care package is going to be looted by Dupe as well, so TSM in a really good spot on that eastern side. Just NIP, their biggest worry at the moment, but Furia back on their feet and back with a chance. Remember, Furia were down in those bottom places, but are going to look to try and saw their way up the leaderboard, now into 15th in the overalls.
Keon shaking his hands, getting a little bit of blood flowing here. He's rocking backwards and forwards. If you needed an indication of the nerves and the pressure these players are under on this main stage right now, just Keon's body language tells you everything that you need to know. Mouse look pretty relaxed. And Aku, who for me in the EMEA Pro League was certainly a standout when it came to a player on controller who was hitting those big R9 sprays when it really mattered. But playing at home is a different ballgame altogether to playing here on that main stage.
Dupe does get a knock with that Peacekeeper that I presume he found in the care package as NIP are on the receiving end, and NIP will be wiped. And that is a fantastic set of kills for TSM because NIP have not been an easy squad to take down.
Lifter and Mouse now moving forward themselves. 8 squads remaining. So we're going to have a little bit of a pause here as we're going to take care of one of our players on the stage right now and just make sure that everything's okay with them. But in the meantime, Dan, you're looking at our final teams that are alive in this lobby. You look at the overall standings. My goodness, man. My goodness, how this lobby could change, how that bottom 3 could look, how the top 7 could look after this game is done. The teams we have left, we are going to see a big shift in that landscape.
A big shift indeed. I mean, just through this game alone, we're seeing teams kind of bounce up and down when it comes to the points that they'll be able to achieve, not just through placement, but every kill seems to be changing how these live leaderboards are looking.
TSM are vibing. Well, Panic's vibing.
Just the one. He gets the look.
Yeah.
From Dupe's just like, guys, come on. Focus. Lock in. And for good reason. You have to try and stay locked here. TSM in a really good position. And if they can continue to fight as they just did against NIP, maybe TSM can put even more points on the board here. Maybe they can even find a victory. Right now they're in 4th place. They are just short of Fnatic, who are in 3rd. And as I've alluded to, I think all the top 4 are going to be going to match point finals by this point. You can see it on your screens there. Falcons, they've got up to 100, NIP 95, and Fnatic and TSM on 76. We'll be seeing them Sunday. I'm 99.9% sure of that. I have to say that just in case anything crazy happens.
You never know in this game. Yeah, we've seen so many things we didn't expect to see in the ALGS that it's always good to cover your back.
But then around the top 7 area, Kinotrope currently hold it, but Nemesis so close. But bear in mind, Nemesis already been eliminated from this game. Wolves Esports also been eliminated from this game. Oh no, Wolves Esports still alive in this game, excuse me. They were struggling, but they have been able to get back on their feet. And then Mouse chasing as well, still alive in this game to try and catch up Kinotrope and take over the top 7.
Well, now from the happy stories to the potential sadness stories, which is going to be those bottom 3, and this is how it stands right now. Sentinels, Edward Gaming, and Zero Tenacity the teams as it stands. Remember, this game is still ongoing, who would be eliminated from the tournament, but Edward Gaming are still alive in this lobby. Zero Tenacity are not, and Sentinels are not as well. And I think as importantly, Algazia Esports also alongside Movistar not. So this could be a huge jump up actually in the overall standings here. But Edward Gaming, should they be able to convert into enough points, a couple more placements, a couple more kills, they can jump up those leaderboards.
Maybe a good chance for Furia, who are just about still alive. We saw them struggling as well. They can maybe create a little bit of a gap between themselves and the bottom elimination zone teams in that bottom three. There are some interesting legends that are still alive in this final circle, or leading into the final circle as well. We've got 3 Caustics that are still going to be in play, and just imagine that Caustic Gas is going to play a huge factor. Of course, we know plenty of Bangalore's. We still have Cryptos available. Sparrow is going to be involved as well with that ultimate, and we do see Rampart and a couple of Valkyries. Interesting. So I wonder if maybe that Skyward Dive could potentially change things going into this final circle.
Well, we're in the mid-season playoffs right now, but of course we've got a lot more action to come in the ALGS this year, and I think the biggest announcement that everyone was very excited to hear, we are going back to Sapporo, Japan for the championships this year. The ALGS champions will be back in APAC North.
Championships are not given, they are earned. This moment, you cannot let it slip by. It's moments like this that you spend years waiting for, sometimes lifetimes. This moment does not go unnoticed. This is something special.
That feeling of winning is no better feeling in the world. It just feels unreal. It's just a great feeling that I will never forget.
I'm excited, Dan. I gotta say, Sapporo last year for Champs was a special experience, and everyone who was there in attendance, whether they were watching around the world at home as well, probably could feel through their screens if they weren't there how much of a special occasion that was. And to be there for the next 2 years, back there, of course, at start next year for the event itself, I'm going to say one of my favorite events of all time. It was a special moment for me personally. I think everyone who was there certainly enjoyed it as well.
I mean, truly blessed. It's hard to really describe what it was like, the atmosphere in that stadium, unless you were there. 20,000+ people, and I'm sure it'll be even more going into these next 2 years as well. It is quite the spectacle, and as you said, it was a mind-blowing moment and truly an honor to be a part of it, and I cannot wait to go back. But the real question is, who's going to be there? Because remember, the mid-season playoffs play a very valuable part on who will be going to Sapporo, Japan.
Those ALGS points are certainly going to count for these players and these teams, and a good performance here is going to go a long way to making sure that you're going to be part of one of the greatest events in ALGS history. But of course, we're going to focus on what we've got going on ahead of us right now, and as we take care of our players here on the Gidea stage, we want to make sure that everything is right, that they're feeling healthy, that they're ready to go back into this game, and we've got to focus on what's going down in front of us. Of course, we still have another game to play after this one, match number 9, to decide what those final standings are going to be. And I've got to say, if we feel nervy now, Dan, can you even imagine what it's going to feel like on Saturday with that LCQ logo? That's going to be fun to watch. That's going to be fun to cast.
I'm almost scared to cast it, honestly.
I'm
It's going to be
looking
one of
forward to it.
those. It's going to be a nail biter, but send us in and send us back into Broken Moon. 8 squads now remain. Mouse have just got knocked, or at least one of them has, as this is now going to get down and dirty going into the final circle.
Remember, coming into this game, we were talking about Orchid being one of the teams who was really in danger of being eliminated should they not find a big game. Well, maybe this is their big game. NM4's 36 have been eliminated. We're down to 7. Final zone starts to close here, Dan. All these teams are going to be forced in.
It's going to be moving up to the likes of TSM, by the way, as we are going to see now Mouse taking that fight against Fnatic. And Mouse have lost 1, but Fnatic also losing 2 on the other side.
Keon is down. Nox, he's trying to survive. Does have that turbocharged Devo in the pockets, which you can bring out at any point. Deal max damage. Interesting to see if Fury are able to loot themselves a little box here and maybe able to find a way to get Keon back into this game. Instead, it's going to be a passing of the torch. By torch, I mean heals and batteries. Stingerbolt goes in here. And 0-0. He might not have much left, but Orchid are helping him out in this situation. The shot's coming in from far. Take down 2 members of Wolves.
Mouse holding on. Furia, though, are going to look to try and take that chance by the looks of things, wrapping round behind. Fnatic get eliminated, and now Furia continue on their journey, but 0-0 has nothing to lose here. Goes for the res, isn't going to matter. Mouse eliminated. Furia take advantage just as a 2 here.
2v2 as well here. Donut avoids the shots coming in from Madness, looking a little bit shaky in that situation, but now he starts to connect. Edward Gaming eliminated in the meantime. Furia and Madness starting to come to life here.
And now TSM looking to get involved as Team Orchid will be eliminated. 3 squads, and one of them's a solo from Wolves. TSM, though, they've got the most members, but Furia are holding a good amount of space here and have a lot to work with.
TSM managed to get, once again, a double res in the last few minutes as well. They were down to a solo, but managed to stick a respawn beacon, get both players back into the game. To become a 3 in this situation, how many times have we seen that from TSM so far today?
TSM trying to hunt down the last member of Wolves, and they will find it, but will that lead Furia to attack here? Furia have the high ground over TSM. This is not a done deal for TSM, even though they got the extra player.
TSM don't have a Sparrow as well to like hop over this wall. But Fury are going to climb, and they do have a Sparrow. Panics up on height though and absolutely shreds. Madness down, Noct will fall last, and TSM will not die. They stay alive, reset once again in this lobby, and will take match number 9.
And they will guarantee their spot on Sunday. 93 points now overall, up into 3rd position. TSM as they start to catch Falcons and NIP. Interesting final circle there, and slightly worried what actually happened there for Fury. I feel like maybe he tried to get on top of the wall and not dive over. I don't know. Either way, TSM were happy about it.
I think he just wasn't expecting Panic to be in this position that he was, which was essentially just LOSing him as soon as he poked up above that wall. Was able to get the damage down, a little bit of help from a teammate. They combine to get that first knock, and then a 3v2 is a 3v1 very easy. I don't really care how good you are. Very, very rarely in that end game, in that position, are you going to see a player pull off a 1v3 at this level, and it's TSM. Ooh, look pretty darn good today, Dan. I have to say, pretty darn good.
It's another one of those scenarios as well where in a meta where you get legend bans, you're just never sure what you're going to be playing up against. So it's hard to play around things and to know what to expect, what could be behind any wall. Now, TSM, 25 points they put on the board. Furia also a very important 14. Remember, before the start of this game, Furia were down tied in the bottom 3, but now maybe they have just saved their chances of getting through into the LCQ. Wolves Esports also doing their best on 13, and Team Orchid as well with 13 points of their own.
You ever, by the way, you see Ninjas in Pajamas down here, kind of squeeze it together to get it in. Like I read it as one word, as Ninjas in Pajamas. That's not the org's name. Head to head here between TSM and Fury. You can see some of the stats from that previous game. 13 kills for TSM as well as the 13 assists, helping a huge amount of damage. And I think the story for them today has just been their reset ability, which is a term I've just made up, Dan.
About to say,
that's it. But you know exactly what I mean.
I do know what you mean. The ability to reset certainly has been prominent for TSM, but that is the lay of the land. Everyone watching, 100 points for Falcons at the top, but 55 is the important number to be looking at the cutoff for who is going to be guaranteeing their spot in match point finals, and also the other lucky number, unlucky number, 28
You don't want to be on 28 points
Oh.
at the end of this game because there's 4 teams on 28 points right now. 2 of them are in the bottom 3 and 2 of them are just above.
Terrifying going into match 10 to be tied in the elimination zone. The real question is, who is going to be eliminated? Who is going to go through to the LCQ? And who is going to go through to the match point finals? There's only one way to find out. Come back for the next match.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Dear Papa, my studies have been very rewarding. They have introduced a new game to practice our skills. No abilities, no healing, just you against another. Electric. And my friends are learning too. Yeah, I'm heartbreaker.
Now we know where you fit in the food chain.
But you know me, Papa. I take my education seriously. Even the extracurriculars. Miss you lots. Je t'embrasse.
All right, our day has almost come to an end. We've got 9 games played. One more to go to close it out here at our ALGS mid-season playoff here at EWC 2025. And just after that, we'll have our opening ceremony for all of the Esports World Cup. A little guy named Post Malone, up-and-coming artist. Check him out. I heard he's got potential, guys. Welcome back to the desk. I'm your host, Rain Day, alongside Jayhawk, Snipe Down, and Glitter Explosion. Lauren, I'll start with you this time around. This is obviously, a testament to the teams that have been performing well. Yes, Falcons got off to that strong start, but teams that have done well in the split that we were like, will this continue? Especially TSM have kept up that pace and are really separating themselves from the pack clearly now.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing a lot of really early on consistency out of those squads. Sometimes it's a little bit testy in what is considered the group stage of some of our lands, as things tend to be a little bit more chaotic. But a lot of these teams are just settled in already and looking so good.
Yeah, I mean, Jay, are you surprised by any of the numbers that we're seeing on the top of this leaderboard?
The top, no. The bottom, yes. I mean, seeing Furia all the way down there and then ALGS as well. These are teams that we were not expecting to be down at the bottom. Another team that was a little bit buried on the leaderboard, Na'Vi here in this Game 7. They needed a game to have their sort of ascension moment to compete with the giants of the Slavi, being Falcons and NIP. And in this Game 7, they get a great start. They're landing at Cedo Station and it pulls to Jurassic. So a very simple macro game game. One of the first spots available, they can take it. They're able to hold the height ultimately when we get towards this late game, as you can see here, just raining down fire on all the teams from below, picking up so much KP. And also notably, with all the bands we're seeing, they're playing Rampart, and that Sheila was in fact singing. They got a good early push here onto Dexter and Gen G, and then from that point, they already knew that MCoy was a duo, and so it was an easy win.
And not as Vincere, obviously, showing the passion. You can tell they know there's a little chip on their shoulder to try to recreate the memories in Sapporo, which we'll be going back to as well. But game 2, talk to me.
Now, I'm excited to talk about this one. We're mentioning squads coming out of these other regions. Fnatic here in this one specifically. And this was fun because Fnatic landing over at Troid and had absolutely zero zone information. So they decide to hang out in their area. And this ends up paying off in dividends for Fnatic. You can see a bunch of these other teams going through, getting these fights down on the board. You've got Falcons up here on the screen. But another team that's doing those fights was the Fnatic. They were waiting for all those squads coming through the wall area, getting lots of KP on the board, able to wait long enough so that they can rotate a little bit later on towards the north side of that wall. And in the end, this is what set them up here for success. And that combined with the PK in the hands of Libelace just was absolute destruction. No one could come anywhere near the Fnatic squad, and they were able to use that height at the end to clean it up.
Rocking a Mirage as well. Second game I think we've seen won by a team playing Mirage today, at least that I paid attention to. Could have even been more. Fnatic happy with that one in game 8. And of course, game 9, which we just saw tonight.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite things about this game was a couple different things. At the end of the game, we had Furia as a duo, and they were putting a lot of pressure on the map, which was exciting for me to see because it allowed them to get that second place. They cleaned up a couple kills, but the real story is TSM and their consistency here. They were able to control the middle of Terraformer almost the entire game, and what they do, and one thing I'm very impressed with, is their comms. We've heard it before, dupes, passion, all that, but they don't let the hectic comms sometimes influence their decision-making on the map. They're able to play extremely patient. They're able to hold that height. They know that's their power position, and they get picks around the map and then move up when they need to. And I think that's one thing that does separate the top teams from a lot of these other teams is you start to hear some panic and some comms, and you feel like you have to overhelp and overextend yourself sometimes. And we just see how well TSM takes these fights. A lot of times, no one's even going down. They're just getting these clean picks, and Fury was forced to make a play there at the end. And, you know, TSM has just had that consistency, and it's exciting to see.
It is exciting to see all that starting to come together. A team certainly creating a new version of TSM that the fans who have supported the black and white will be happy to see here. As you can see, the overall series standings, Team Falcons with a clean triple-digit 100. Ninjas in Pajamas close by with 95. TSM rounding that third place with 93, and then it drops a little bit, 14-point difference between them and fourth place Fnatic, who have had a good showing. We told you, they're top 5 LAN team, and now they're doing it yet again. Na'Vi right behind them at 57, but again, it's a big 22-point drop from there. So the top 4 playing out of their mind, but you got to say there is a big difference. And more importantly, like you had mentioned, what is needing to happen here for teams like Godsia, Esports, Strafing Flame? We focused on him. Now he is in, if it ended now, a position to be out of the tournament in day 1. That would be very, very surprising for everyone watching Apex.
Absolutely. And at this point, they're pretty unlikely to get into that top 7. So you're just trying to survive. You're not worried about any potential cutoffs. You're not even worrying about winning the game. It's what can I do to just get in front of the 1 or 2 teams that are only a few points away. It's not impossible. No. That cutoff is not going to be majorly high. Those teams are right next to you. So you're just trying to keep track. It's kind of like match point. We're keeping track of the match point teams. And instead, you're just trying to keep track of the teams that are right near you on those standings so that you don't fall.
For those teams down in the bottom, it's going to be a really exciting, intense match coming up for Game 10. But for the coach of a team sitting pretty right now, of course, that's Ninjas in Pajamas and Raven. They should be feeling good. We have Lace standing by with them.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I do have Raven, the coach of Ninjas in Pajamas. And of course, this team is having an absolute stellar performance so far. Don't know if you know this, Raven, but tied with Falcons for points from Game 8 at 51. And I think your team has the most damage, beating over 8K, probably very close to 10 at the moment. Now, obviously, we want to sort of have a chat about your coaching style. What kind of philosophy do you take when you coach your team? Are you kind of like hands-on, or do you just sit back and like let the IGL do the work?
I'm generally a hands-on type of coach. You know, I love getting in there and influencing, but I have 3 extremely talented players, so I do get to sit back a little bit. I've been really here mostly to give them like direction and structure and discipline and make sure that we're like sticking to our play style and not drifting from it. But otherwise, yeah, you'll find me talking even in scrims and practice. I do like to actively coach.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams sort of need that. And, you know, if they get a little bit lippy, you're probably there to like simmer it down a little bit as well. Now, how far did your team follow the prep and VOD reviews that you would have done? Or was there a bit more improvisation going into these extremely well-played matches?
There's always going to be an element of improvisation because it's a battle royale and there's so many variables. But honestly, we have been sticking to our playstyle throughout this entire series. Some of the zones, we've played them the exact same way we've played them in practice and scrims down to a T. So today is just like quintessential ninjas in pajamas, honestly.
Yeah, and it's honestly, we're seeing that through the screen. Now, obviously, you guys are in 2nd place at the moment. So, of course, you're going through to that match point format. What's next on the checklist? Like, what are we going to do right after these set of matches?
Right. Well, we really want to come for that 1st seed. However, this last game might be a little inty from a few teams. You know, there's teams that are at the bottom that want to shoot up the leaderboard. And there's also teams that, yeah, need a lot of points. And then there are some teams that really need to make sure they don't die. They're just in the qual range, but we do expect there to be a lot of fighting. So we're going to play a smooth early game, not die, let everyone else fight. We'll come into 3P.
Yeah, and then get that extra KP right at the end there. Raven, absolute pleasure chatting to you and beautiful words. And, of course, Ninjas in Pajamas doing a great job. But, look, we've got one more game to go, so we're going to throw it back to you guys at the casting desk.
Thank you so much, Lace. Always good to hear from the coaches. Good day for Raven and Ninjas in Pajamas, of course, but they want to take that 1st seed. You heard it from Raven's mouth. Wanted to take that one away from Falcons, which will, of course, be a nice little boost for them when it comes to POI draft a little bit later in the tournament.
Yeah, a big boost indeed. They have really switched it on when it comes to this event. I think there was a lot of worry about, you know, how they might perform, a few ups and downs leading up to it, but I think everything can be put behind them now and they can start to look forward.
One thing just to highlight, a couple of people I just saw online, just don't worry about Keon. He's good. He's going to be playing this next game here. He'll be nice and healthy, ready to get back, help Furia to qualify. Hopefully, they will hope for that match point finals, but now we really are into the pressure game. This is the pressure game. Match number 10, the final one of the day here for Pool Play and Group A. This is where the final leaderboards will be final.
We will be sending 3 teams home. We will be sending 7 teams through to match point finals. Everyone else in between will be going to the LCQ on Saturday. And it is going to be Broken Moon to follow up here on match 10. So anyone who's been struggling on this map, well, bad news for you. But there are a few who have been succeeding when it comes to Broken Moon, especially on those scrims. I mean, actually, surprisingly, Falcons were, or unsurprisingly, Falcons have been one of the best teams when it comes to performing on Broken Moon. But they've already got their job done. They're already number 1. But after hearing Raven's words, maybe they want to just make sure that they stay number 1 to hold that 1st seed going into match point finals.
Well, the difference in points they'll have to overcome to overtake Falcons is 5 in this game. So if they get 5 more points than Falcons currently have, they will be that number 1 seed. Potentially. Of course, we've still got Group B to come tomorrow.
It's a good point, though, although
going into that POI draft and into that match point finals. But who is going to join them, going directly through? Who is going to the LCQ on Saturday? And who will be going home? Well, match number 10 is almost ready to go here. Broken Moon is going to decide it all.
Can't wait, because
I'm gasping.
we're also in a situation where we've had 9 legends banned as well. So these compositions are going to look very different from how they did all the way back at match 1. We might see some similar compositions across the board, as we often do once we get into match 10. A lot of people come into agreement of which are the best 3 legends to play, and I'm very excited to see what everyone's going to be going for here.
Here we go then. The Crusher waits for 3 teams keys as well, who will be going home after this match is done. TSM, the winners, the survivors, the will not die attitude on display for everybody at home and here in the Giddy Arena. Once again, in that previous match, number 9, they got the win, and they now find themselves in the 3rd place spot in the overall standings.
Just to give you an idea on these legend selections, you can see, of course, TSM's competition of Newcastle And we've got Rampart as well featuring for them, but most people have gone for Sparrow. We've got 11 Sparrows, Mad Maggie, 11 of those as well, 7 Valkyries, including the one on TSM. 7 Ramparts, 7 Caustics, 7 Cryptos, before we go to 5 Newcastles, 4 Mirages, and 1 Vantage. So not too many Legends featuring. Sometimes when we get to match 10, there can be a great, vast difference, but across the board, pretty similar compositions here.
I stopped listening after you said 7 so many times. I zoned out, but it gives a good indication of how much of a spread there is when it comes to legend composition and different legends that are going to be available and can have an influence on how this game goes. Now, we went down to Terraformer in Game 9. Well, this time we are going up north, and it looks like we're going towards Alpha Base, and that is good news for Na'Vi.
But fantastic news for Na'Vi, but maybe that's all they need, just a good zone to secure their spot in Match Point Final, because at the moment they are in 5th position. As you can see on your screen right now, the numbers to the left of each logo is going to be where they currently reside in those overall leaderboards. Bad news if you're a Z10 fan, 20th position right now, but they are only 4 points behind Movistar, who are on 28. And there are a lot of teams on 28 points right now. Yeah, it's going to be pretty dicey, and we will, of course, keep you updated as best as we can on how those leaderboards are looking as we get further into this game.
Well, that's where we're going to be going. You can see all gamers there making their way towards Alpha Base already. Na'Vi are going to be very, very happy to see that. A little bit of RNG going their way. Also going to have a ring console, and also they're all going to have a somewhat of a setup. For Zero Tenacity, they will have to earn their place in this tournament. They are dropping right down near Cultivation at the moment. They're going to have to move all the way across the map, through Quarantine Zone, all the way through Stasis Array, the core potentially, before they even get a look at where this end game could be going.
The scary thing is, there's a world where Zero Tenacity win 2 fights, but 6 points on the board, find themselves on 30 points, and still make it into the LCQ if they see the teams around them all drop early. Entirely possible. That is how tight it is. The same could be said here for Sentinels on 28 points. The same could be said for ALGS as well. All these squads are going to be biting their nails off, hoping that maybe the game's going to go their way. And for example here, Sentinels, they see a team running across, they see they've got the damage, and I'm sure in the back of their minds they're thinking, we could push this, we could get kills on the board, but at the same time they have to think bigger picture.
Yeah, some really tough decisions to be made and pressure situations. A decisions are going to have to be made by a lot of these teams. Nemesis was the team who was taking a lot of that fire from the Scout of Sentinels. And they've managed to find a little spot here to play for now, or certainly just get healthy. 9th place for them overall. And they'll be looking upwards. They want to get into that top 7. They want to go directly into match point. There's so much on the line for all of these teams. Even when, like we mentioned, you look at the top of the table, Ninjas in Pajamas, who have great access to this zone, landed over at Breaker Wharf. They want to oust Falcons, who are at the top of the leaderboards after this game is done. And Falcons are over by Bionomics dropping, so they have a huge rotate to make as well.
I'm really worried for the teams around the top 7 as well. I mean, we keep talking about the elimination zone, but it's equally as tight around 5 through 9. Na'Vi, Enterforce 36, Wolves Esports, Kinotrope Gaming, and Team Nemesis are all within 7 points of each other. That could flip-flop very quickly throughout just a few placement differences and kills. Checking with Furia, 41 points as well. It's not out of the realms of possibility that they could get into the top 7 with a victory here in match 10.
You heard it from Raven. He was expecting this to be a little bit of an inty game. Listen to how silent it is. Now, this is Furia sat at the core at the moment, and don't get me wrong, this isn't where the end game is going to be. Knowing that Nemesis are close by, not a lot of fire being exchanged between the two teams. We'll take a look at where the zone is going to be going, though, over towards Alpha Base. So you can see a lot of teams starting to find little cubbies to play.
This is a nerve-wracking position for Edward Gaming. A team that's currently in one of these bottom 3 places.
Oh, no.
Have tried to build a base. But sadly, there's a Mad Maggie on the other side, and Team Orchid trying to capitalize on the initial damage.
Yeah, they've had to leave that spot as well, just due to legend composition, right? They weren't expecting a Mad Maggie to be inside that building. If there's not a Mad Maggie inside that building, this spot's probably a lot more comfortable for them, but that is what legend bands do. That is how composition can affect how you have to play. And Cersei pops another right drill through the wall and certainly heats them up. If not, puts them to a nice medium rare.
Yeah, this one they're able to avoid, which is surprising considering they had eyes on them through this window. I mean, this reminds me of
5 seconds, by the way.
This is
You know
like
what's happening.
This is like Duel of the Fates of Star Wars Episode 1, and it's literally Obi-Wan watching Qui-Gon and Darth Maul right now taking a fight.
Yeah, I kind of feel for them. This is tough for Edward Gaming. And now, having had to retreat from the wall, they're taking fire from a distance as well, and they are going to be burning through their meds so quickly here.
I'm not sure my anxiety could take this as a player. I'd be begging my IG out, please, can we find somewhere else?
Lux was trying to throw a few barrels their way. 3MZ has to jump out for the battery as well. Oh, what do you do in this situation, Edward Gaming? If you manage to make this work, all the power in the world to you, because this is looking rough.
How much damage are you going to farm here if you're Cersei as well, just through Riot Drill?
Drops a 4K.
I mean, you might be able to get up to purple just through Riot Drill damage. But no, EDG have left, but now out of the frying pan and into the fire.
Maybe just into the fryer here, as Donut is the player who's firing down on them at the moment from walls. And Edward Gaming, 2 are down. What look like a very uncomfortable preheated spot thanks to the Riot Drill a few moments ago. Might be the end of their game, but the one player and the one legend that's still alive for them is going to be Newcastle, so maybe they can get him back up, but Edward Gaming will be eliminated. And not just from this game, that will, unfortunately for them, be the end of their mid-season playoffs.
A tough one to watch. I'm kind of glad it's over just because I was uncomfortable being a part of it. But I'm very sad, and commiserations, of course, to Edward Gaming. But yeah, we won't be seeing them anymore. There is no chance of them overtaking anyone where they are literally out of the game. That is good news, though, for the likes of Movistar, the likes of Sentinels, who are trying to stay ahead of that Japing pack.
Well, something to highlight there. While all of that kerfuffle was going down, Nemesis have been eliminated. And they were in 9th position, so they will not be going directly into the match point finals. And they had a really good start to this game. All Esports now trying to put more pressure, and Mouse will also be eliminated here. And they were in 18th, so that's 2 teams already eliminated, not just from the game, but from the mid-season playoffs. That is a tough one for them. Excuse me, Mouse, still alive. Excuse me, still alive.
Yeah, Mouse are in 10th. They were playing for top 7, but sadly will not be able to achieve that going out. They were one of those teams who were just behind the chasing back for that top 7. Again, that's great news for the likes of Enterforce 36, Na'Vi, who are trying to hold on to those positions. Movistar up to 31 points into 16th position. And they're just going to be hoping that they see the likes of ALGS and Zero Tenacity on their leaderboards, and then they can very calmly think about how they want to progress into these next zones.
Yeah, that was on me. I just glanced across and saw eliminated in 18th, and it actually said at 18th, which I should have read a lot better, Dan. So apologies to Mouse fans. Just
lack of glasses again.
Good. I've actually got my glasses on this time round.
Yeah,
makes it even worse. Go take them off.
Camera. No one would have known.
Movistar still alive though, still trying to force their way into LCQ. As we take a look at the map overhead right now, we see all the teams that have moved up towards Alpha Base on that north side. Fnatic in a really interesting spot as well on that northern side, just outside of where the zone is going to be going, but potentially in a place to pick off any teams that do try and rotate into the space in front of them. Force 36 over at Quarantine Zone. Furia also there. The Sentinels move up onto Movistar Koya, and you can see that could be a really big fight as to where qualification and elimination takes place.
Yeah, 2 teams on either side of the leaderboard with equally as big a fight if it happens. There's a few teams like that as well. Either you're down in the bottom and you're just hoping to fight for your life, or you're fighting to just go that one step further and not have to play on Saturday in the LCQ. And whilst I could see there being some advantages to playing in the LCQ and getting extra games, extra reps here on LAN and in this tournament, of course, the POI draft seeding is going to be a big thing to consider, because if you come out of that LCQ, you are only going to be 15th or below when it comes to your POI draft. There will be 14 teams ahead of you.
Maneuver that area.
And Force 36 have managed to make their way through Cliffside a little bit closer to where this zone is going to be going. Just looking across to see if there's a ring console close to them that they could hit on their way in, but I don't think there is. They had a survey beacon that they just got some info from, which will probably give them a good indication of where the zone's going, but as to where the zone afterwards is going to be taking place, a little bit tougher for them to get that info. Still fascinated, by the way. Zero Tenacity on our screen, still alive. 20th place overall. It will be a heroic effort from them in this final game.
Movistar Koi, by the way.
Escape the clutches of elimination.
Excuse me for jumping over you, but Movistar Koi looks like they're about to get a mythic bin. You talk about chances, you talk about RNG, you talk about an opportunity to keep your tournament hopes alive. A mythic bin is certainly going to add to all of that. Sentinels did not take the fight in the end. They went north, so Movistar will be free to get that mythic bin as we check in with Furia. And they're going for a long rotation round on this southern side here.
Yeah, they'll be pretty safe on that rotate as well. I don't think there's going to be anyone holding them out. Gen G, the closest team to them, who are actually in zone, but they're on the ring console right now, and the timing should work out in their favor. Sentinels making their play in towards next zone. They will be safe. In the kill feed, you can see Panic has just picked up a knock onto Libel Ace from Fnatic, but that's happening all the way to the northern side of this zone. And the pullback that we've just seen on our screen means the teams that are deep into zone, deep in to the northern side of where this zone is going to be going, are going to have to go to the other side. Fnatic, in the meantime, have been eliminated. It was TSM who managed to take advantage of that initial knock and pick up a few KP.
Eliminated, but their job's done. We'll be seeing them in the match point finals on Sunday. They're in 4th place, 80 points. Not a worry for them. They're not going to be caught up by enough teams to take them out of the top 7. Falcons, though, they want to go into those match point finals as the number 1. 101 points is already very impressive, by the way. So many of these points have been sponged up by these lobby leaders. And I'm wondering how Group B is going to go tomorrow. Will we see as much dominance from a few teams, or will it be a bit more shared? As NIP have just seen Vayne knocked down to the ground, can they get him back up?
I was about to say, I would love to stay on the POV of Falcons there as the zone pops and they see the pullback that's going to be occurring, because I think they were expecting a zone that we saw in Pro League where they were very easily and comfortably able to win from that exact position on that fence line. But this is a massive fight here as the EMP will go down. Sentinels versus Movistar Koi. And it's going to be Sentinels who get the first knock on the Blink.
This is 16th versus 17th. Whoever loses this, very much at risk of being eliminated from the tournament, especially with ALGS and Zero Tenacity still being alive. But it looks like Sentinels have been able to get the upper hand here, but Movistar not out of it yet.
They've got to be careful here, because you saw Katia, they're very, very close to this fight and might be thinking about third party. Singapore goes down. And so does a member of Sentinels as well. MQuit try and swing off the back of this. Car's a little bit separated. But Lota with those classic R9 sprays that have made him somewhat of a household name in recent times will make sure that Movistar Koi will be eliminated. But here now comes ALGS.
And if ALGS win this fight, they would essentially be knocking Movistar out of the tournament. However, if they lose the fight, it gives Movistar still a chance to stay alive and get to that LCQ. Remember, it's just ALGS and Zero Tenacity. They can overtake Movistar now. Sentinels are holding on. The Caustic doing the job right now.
Multiple Stinger Bolts going in, though. Shields have been ripped away, but look at Lota! It's not the R9 this time around. It's a thermite that somehow disposes of Pricey.
15 squads remain, but the 2 squads fighting for their tournament life are alone here for now on this western side. And this is how it looks, because Sentinels on 32, ALGS on 29. That all changes so quickly with this one fight. And Sentinels, they've taken so much damage here.
Strafing Flame with a great angle, but he'll be taken down. Pricey now, the first player to go down initially, now has the chance to clutch. For ALGS, it's a 1v1. Riley Mechanic, I don't think he's got the shields to work with here. He's trying to buy time, but I think he knows that his time is running out, and Sentinel's time is running out. Pricey down first initially, but now he clutches and will keep ALGS Esports alive. Sentinels are gone.
Movistar will be the team in that elimination spot. Sentinels, at the moment, still survive for LCQ. Enterforce 36 eliminated, by the way. Remember, they were in 7th place. It's happening on both sides of the leaderboard. Movistar down into the bottom 3. They're eliminated. The only team, though, left in it in those bottom 3, Zero Tenacity, with a chance to maybe send Sentinels out of this tournament.
Oh, this is nervy times. This is so nervy for the like of Sentinels, who now have to watch from the lobby. Gen G with a vintage Valko into the middle of zone. Not that we saw a lot of the ALGS Open, much to the chagrin of a lot of teams that were around them. Z10, though, they're under pressure. You can see that in the kill feed. Ninjas in Pajamas eliminated as well, so that means that Falcons should solidify number 1 here. Those Fox have also gone down.
A lot of kerfuffle happening in every single side of this map, it would seem. Furia being able to take down Zero. And they're looking to try and make their way into the top 7, remember. It's not just the bottom 3 they're being played for right now. A big game from Furia. They could still find themselves in those match point finals as Dexter takes down Panic. Zero Tenacity down to a 2, 27 points. They are 5 points behind Sentinels.
But look at the position that they have in zone, but that Maggie Riot drill again causing so many problems. So many teams, and Player K takes to the skies. And now Katsuya flood in to deal with Missy Phoenix. The last surviving hope here for Z10. But look at the shots from multiple angles. Zero Tenacity eliminated. That will be the end for them.
And that secures our 3 teams eliminated. Sentinels will survive, but Movie Star, Edward Gaming, and Zero Tenacity all out of the tournament here on Thursday. They'll be going home and we will not be seeing them any longer in this tournament. But now we can turn our attention to the top 7. Who's going to make it to those match point finals on Sunday? Remember, everyone else who does not make top 7 goes to an LCQ on Saturday.
And Furia at the moment outside looking in. 12th place overall as it stands. Need to get into that top 7. Same can be said about all games that you see in front of you right now. Triple Take in the hands have dropped. Has a chance to do damage, but they have to leave this building. Imperial Howl will be eliminated. Falcons, their day is done, but their job is also done.
Orchid go down. AG looking to maybe be the next, but no, Zap holds on strong with his R99. 6 squads now remain, and maybe, just maybe, all gamers who won the first game today, if they could find a victory here in match 10, they could find themselves in the match point final.
Now it's Furia who just fell, so they will be into the LCQ. They won't go directly into match point finals. The mobile shield was good for the cross, but maybe not good enough to deal with TSM. Zap is down. Panic and Jet, the last alive, dropped, is eliminated. They cannot force their way into that top 7. All gamers will have to go through the LCQ.
Well, suddenly this top 7's looking pretty secure. Na'Vi currently hold the 7th position, but there is still a chance, maybe for Alcazia. But TSM are shredding right now.
Genji have been eliminated in the meantime as Jen does so much damage, outputs so many bullets with that Sheila. And most importantly, connects with the majority of them to keep the space alive for TSM to get the res. How many times have we said it? TSM won't die. And now Katsuya are looking to do something very similar themselves.
I don't think there's enough points available for Algazia to get into the top 7, but they can certainly go into the LCQ with a bang. But it might not matter, because TSM are just on a roll right now.
Player K, last alive here, but he's being chased down by all 3 members of TSM. Algazia are eliminated as the top 2 now stand. It's Kinatrope versus TSM to see who will be the champion of Game 10.
And it might just be TSM with how they've been playing.
Duplex will go in, but doesn't even need to fire a bullet because his 2 teammates have done the work for them. TSM cap a fantastic day for them with a win in game number 10 as we close out pool play here for Group A.
And not only a win in game 10, but a win in the series. They overtake Team Falcons. They put down 117 points for the day. And they lay down the gauntlet for Group B and say, can anyone catch us? Or will we be the number 1 seed going into match point finals?
Well, the most storied 3 letters in Apex Legends history, TSM. The torch has been passed now to these 3 players, but they are living up to the reputation that has preceded them. They are top of the group. After 10 games today and pool play concludes, Group A is dominated by TSM.
So we know our 3 teams that are going home early. Zero Tenacity, Edward Gaming, and Movistar Koi. Commiserations to each player on that team who will not be able to compete for the rest of the tournament. Those who are from 8 to 17 will go into an LCQ, and of course we will give you all of those results right about now. This was match 10 results. You can see how hard TSM worked to take first place away from Team Falcons. 24 points on the board, but we have to give respect to Algazia, who were down in the bottom 3 when we came in match 8, but now they find themselves in that LCQ, and especially from that performance there.
time to think about Saturday for Alcatia. Just an opportunity for them to keep that tournament going, an opportunity to keep fighting and see if they can make their way through to match point finals. Elsewhere, you can see Falcons will be disappointed with how their day ended, having been top of the leaderboards for the majority of the day. And the same probably could be said for Ninjas in Pajamas. To have it stolen away in match number 10, it's going to be tough.
Got to be tough indeed. I think there's going to be a lot of heartbreak here on both sides, because if you are so close to those match point finals and it does get ripped away from you, we'll get confirmation of that shortly as well, because it was so tight actually. I mean, we always knew the cutoff was going to be tight. In the end, Na'Vi takes 7th position. Wolves Esports, Kinotrope Gaming, Fnatic, Ninjas in Pajamas, Team Falcons and TSM will be guaranteed a spot in those match point finals on Sunday.
And at the other end of the table, unfortunately, it's a single point that separates it. Sentinels stay alive, and it is at the expense of Movie Star Koi. Heartbreak for them. They will be eliminated from the tournament alongside Edward Gaming and Zero Tenacity. But look how close it was between everybody. Between elimination and survival, 5 points. That's all it is. 5 points the difference. It's tough to take.
It's going to be a very difficult pill to swallow for the bottom 3 teams, but for everyone else, from 8 to 17, they live to fight another day. They get their entry into the last chance qualifier, where of course they will meet the 10 other teams who get to the LCQ from Group B. The real question is, can they go one step further and get to Sunday through that LCQ?
Of course, we've just seen 3 teams eliminated from the tournament, which unfortunately for them means that their dreams are about to be crushed, and I can't think of anyone better to do exactly that. Barney, take it away.
What an absolute blast. Day 1 has been right here, but it's about to get even better. Welcome back to the main stage, where I've got your first place finishers standing alongside me. It is, of course, TSM. Congratulations, guys. What a performance today. Panic, I've just got to ask you, has that given you, a little bit of extra boost of confidence going into Grand Finals Day on Sunday?
I mean, it's definitely given me a boost of confidence. I mean, playing with and against people I looked up to, it's a surreal feeling.
I'm super impressed to see the way that you guys performed, especially right till the very end and clutching it up. What a great way to do it on day 1, right? Now, as first place finishers today, not only do you get guaranteed a spot in that grand finals day on Sunday, but you also have the privilege of crushing the keys of the bottom 3 teams from today's group stage. So I'm going to walk you guys through this, because we're going to do something each. You're all going to contribute to the crushing of the keys. You can see the keys right in front of you there. It's Edward Gaming, it is Movie Star Koi, and Zero Tenacity. Right, Panic, I'm going to get you to flick the key, or turn the key, in fact. Do it right now. Okay, you're going to feel the engines are going to start underneath here. You're going to feel it. You can probably feel it in the floor right now. Why don't you flick up and switch that switch. There you go. And now we're going to open up the iris. You're going to see the teeth that are going to open up. Look how menacing that is. And
Let's go! I'm on a 10. I'm on a level 10. I want to win.